work schedule, all the stuff you do extracurricular with the kids and stuff, but there's that brief moment you're at home, they want to play, and you're able to go outside and play in your own backyard on the best quality, best design play set that they make. That's what you can get with our friends from Backyard Solutions, backyardalabama.com, the website, backyardalabama.com, the website. Backyard Adventure Playgrounds, alley-oop trampolines, goal setter basketball goals. Make your place the place to be for kids. Lifetime warranties, they'll set it up, assemble it. They have landscaping. They'll do a maintenance program to keep it looking great, and when your kids are old, they'll come and disassemble. They'll take it down. Backyard Adventure. It's unbelievable. So much. It's a high-quality product, not like the thin wood, cheap-looking stuff you get from big box stores. This is the bomb, the best. Backyard Solution. And they give you the Backyard Adventure Playgrounds, alley-oop trampolines, and goal setter basketball goals. BackyardAlabama.com, BackyardAlabama.com, 205-4084-FUN. And get in line for Christmas right now. Also, if you're listening or watching in Huntsville, Atlanta, and areas like that, go to BackyardAlabama.com and search for the link in your area, BackyardAlabama.com. Simon over in the chat room asking a question about Furman.
It was his bachelor party this week, right, Rockstar? Is that what Furman told us?
He said he was going on his bachelor party to Nashville, Tennessee.
Oh, that was the answer to your question. You said, where does a guy in Vegas go on a bachelor party?
That's interesting because that's the bachelorette party.
All over the place. If you go to Nashville, it's all you see.
So Furman's getting married or a friend of his is?
I think it's Furman, right?
It's Furman. It's his bachelor party.
Yeah.
Wow. Now, do we have to get him something?
I think we should get him on the show next week.
Yeah, just to I don't know, let him get some picks.
Yeah.
It'll be good.
I got time for the boys.
Lance'sLock.com for the games tonight, but a couple of them. Baylor, West Virginia. This line feels weird to me at -3.5. Chances of West Virginia pulling the upset tonight. We talked a little bit about it earlier. What's not connecting with Baylor right now? Why do they feel different? And if you're an Auburn fan, Jeff Grimes is the guy calling plays for Baylor. You may want to watch this one tonight.
Yeah, Blake Shapen hasn't been great. And, Baylor's just been okay. They were getting blown out by Oklahoma State. They came back. They made it the 3-point game. Then Oklahoma State scored the final 10 points. Again, JT Daniels is playing at another level. They're going to have somebody step in for C.J. Donaldson, their best running back, who won't play tonight. But I like West Virginia. I'm giving out West Virginia as my free play tonight.
Okay, West Virginia is the free lock, and LT has all of his plays at Lance'sLock.com. Could you see West Virginia winning this game tonight?
Yeah, I could see it. That would be a huge win for Neil Brown, who is probably on the ropes a little bit there in Morgantown.
Is it fair or not fair if Baylor comes out of this game tonight 3-3, that if I'm an Auburn fan, a little shines off Jeff Grimes for me? That doesn't seem fair, does it?
Well, I don't know. What's their offense do? Is their offense struggling? I don't.
But can that be just a quarterback problem?
It could be, but don't forget they chose this quarterback and let the starter transfer.
They did, and I was one of those when people were asking Hugh Freeze or Jeff Grimes. I don't even think it's close. I think it's Hugh Freeze.
Yeah, if I could go Hugh Freeze or Jeff Grimes, I'd go Hugh Freeze.
We'll see. Outside of Texas State and Albany, their offense has done nothing.
Yeah. So interesting side note to that game tonight. Also, Temple and UCF in the space game for Space U, and Gus and UCF is the Commanders and the Bears in the NFL game. The Yankees game postponed. They're going to play it tomorrow before the Braves get going on the National League Day. That's it. That's it for the show today. We're back with you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central. Don't forget Bud Light game night tonight down at Mugshots in Uptown. Mugshots in Uptown. We'll be there on our video platform live 5 to 6 and then hanging out until 7. Come by and see us. We've got prizes and NBA tickets to give away tonight. Go to our social media and find out how all that's happening. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Man, we got a really fantastic Friday of sports lined up for you. You Braves fans are fired up. You got an afternoon, early evening game, 4:30 FS1 today in Philadelphia. The place is going to be a zoo there. That series is tied 1-1. We react to a pretty major night last night in college football, but ahead tonight, you get a little Navy SMU. You get a little UTSA FIU, and then everyone's traveling either to Oxford or Knoxville for the big games there. We got the NBA in town tonight. Gave away some tickets last night at Bud Light game night. Brett and everybody who was down there. It was great seeing you folks who swung by there and hang out with us at Mugshots in Uptown. We're ready for a fun show today, which includes Rockstar's Playhouse. We've got our Monday headlines today. We've got the Pick 3. Brought to you by our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings. You can go play that right now at nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. But let's start with what we saw last night. Let's go NFL first. I saw The Athletic did this for me, so I didn't have to do this. Last two Thursday night games, 41 drives, 20 punts, 8 field goals, 5 turnovers, and 2 touchdowns in 2 games on Thursday night. Prime Video, not so much.
No, I understand last night, and we had the Commanders minus the half, so we gave you a winner with that one.
12-7, they win.
But Justin Fields, Carson Wentz, the way they're playing right now. Go back to last week, you had Russell Wilson, who hasn't played well this year, but it's still a Hall of Fame quarterback, and Matt Ryan, a borderline Hall of Fame quarterback. The Thursday nights have been terrible, but, they've come down to a final possession. And, what was...
Oh, you can't sell that game that way. I mean, I know it technically came down to a final possession.
Well, I mean, if you're a Commanders or Bears fan, or if you've got money on that game.
I'm not, and I didn't.
Okay.
So zero chance I'm watching that.
The good story was Brian Robinson.
Yeah, that's a great story.
Yeah, 7 weeks after getting shot in that attempted robbery, he's back and scores his first NFL touchdown.
Yeah.
First career touchdown, shot twice in August. And, on Thursday night, we do crazy things with the uniforms. I will tell you this. For the first-year Commanders, their road whites, it's a good-looking uniform.
Yeah, not bad. I was noticing that last night. Not bad.
Well, I mean,
I just don't like the helmet.
It was made to look a lot better by the fact that the Bears were wearing basically traffic cones.
Yeah, awful uniform for the Bears.
Yeah. But not a great game. But B-Rob getting that touchdown, an amazing thing for him to be in there, and it's his first one. They saved the football for him, and it's something he'll remember for a long, long time. After the game, though, Ron Rivera is being portrayed as the most upset, winningest coach in NFL history after a win to get angered. He gets asked about what's going on with the Commanders' ownership, Daniel Snyder. And I don't know how you guys are on certain sports stories that just never pique your interest. I have not listened to the Deshaun Watson stuff a lot. I have tuned it out as much as I can. But I have really tuned out the Daniel Snyder, Washington Redskins, now Washington Commanders story. I just haven't. It seems like I can't do anything about it. There's nothing. I don't know. I just don't listen. It just washes over me. Apparently, Ron Rivera is tired of hearing it, too. Do you guys care about
I really do not.
Care is the wrong way to phrase it. Are you interested?
I'm not interested at all. In fact, I don't. And it's a weird thing with me. I don't mind saying it's a weird hang-up with me, but I always find it strange how the TV broadcast shows the owners. Like CBS comes back from a commercial and they show us Robert Kraft's box. Why do I care?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming he's at the game. He's the owner of the team.
And by the way, if he wasn't, it wouldn't surprise me either. He's rich. He's got a lot of things to do.
I don't really care one way or the other. Right?
Yeah, I don't care, but they've become part of the they've become personalities, certain owners.
Some. I mean, like Jerry Jones, maybe his reaction to a play. I'm just saying if there's a good reaction or something like that, like if he's throwing his phone in or something, yeah, I want to see that. But like Jim Nantz will come back for the break and say, there's Patriots owner Robert Kraft and his son. I'm like, why do I care that Robert Kraft's at a game? Why are you showing that?
Well, Jerry Jones is different to me because I always feel like he's got his hand in the cookie jar, right? He's making.
I feel like he's calling plays.
I do too sometimes, right?
Yeah.
So he feels different.
Like if they went up there and he had the headset on, I wouldn't shock me at all.
But they never showed the Buccaneers owner.
I don't know. Is he even at the game?
Other than him looking a little bit like a middle-aged Kris Kringle, I couldn't, I know sort of what he looks like.
No, but you're right. I mean, I don't remember them showing the boot shot of Stan Kroenke when I watch a Rams game. Do you?
Kroenke last year in the playoffs got a lot
in
of
the
run.
playoffs, yeah. But I mean, they do this in regular season games. It's every Patriots game.
I'm guessing there's a chance Kroenke might not be at every game. Honestly, he's
Yeah.
got so much
No.
stuff going on.
I mean, but it's every Patriots game. Every single one of them, CBS shows you Robert Kraft sitting in the box.
And Jerry Jones.
Titans. I don't remember the Titans.
No, they never show the
Bud
Titans.
Adams
on
back in the day when he flicked off, was it Ralph Wilson?
Yeah, who's flicking people off.
I mean, the Falcons, they'll show the.
Well, Blake comes down to the sidelines.
Down on the sidelines when the mortician gets on the sideline.
Yeah, like
there.
Tom Benson used to do with the umbrella.
Yeah. But I see
They
your
show,
point.
and listen, they show Stephen Ross a lot. I mean, he's not allowed to be at the games right now for the Dolphins, but they show him at Dolphins games. I'm like, I don't care that the owner's there. He owns the team. I expect him to be there.
Back to Daniel Snyder, he seems like a guy that nobody likes. Seems like the NFL has been pushing his buttons nonstop. He didn't want to relinquish the Redskin name. He finally was forced to go to the Commanders. Now all of this, he's slinging mud one way. People are talking about him. Why not just, I think the coolest thing in the world would be to own a professional franchise.
Right.
But it ain't working out for Dan Snyder. Why would he just not sell?
And like the guy, the owner of the Suns, who said is accused of saying racially, explicit stuff, who's going to be forced to sell the team. What a horrible penalty. He's going to sell the team for $2.5 billion.
Yeah, the return on investment for these guys that have professional franchises is insane right now.
So, let's, if I'm Daniel Snyder, punish me. I'm going to make however billions of dollars this Washington franchise sells for. But I don't understand asking Ron Rivera about Daniel Snyder. So I understand why he gets upset because I'm just the coach. If the owner of any company I've ever worked for did something, I don't hang out with that guy. I don't know. He signs my paycheck. He pays me.
Yep.
That's it.
If he calls me to his office, I go there. But otherwise, we don't ever talk.
So Ron Rivera last night gets asked about Daniel Snyder and all the stuff going on. Has it been impacting the team? And he starts defending his quarterback, who he's been critical of, and the guys in the locker room. And remember, this is the coach that won the game last night.
What's important is these guys, okay? For the last couple of weeks, honestly, I'm gonna speak my mind for a second. It's been hard. It really has. You lose 4 games in a row, and everybody wants to get you, just get on you. And they've played their asses off. They have. They played their asses off for everybody. They come out and they show up. They work hard. All right. They don't complain. Okay. They hear all this stuff and they got to deal with it. I get that. And I respect them for that because they're resilient. They come back. Everybody keeps wanting to say, I didn't want anything to do with Carson. Well, bullshit. I'm the guy that pulled out the sheets of paper, that looked at the analytics, that watched the tape in the when we were at Indianapolis. Okay? And that's what pisses me off. Because the young man doesn't deserve to have that all the time. I'm sorry, I'm done.
Good win, Coach. And he walks out there. So a 12-7 win, and he's upset. I don't understand why you're asking somebody, about what's going on off the field with the ownership group. I mean, he's been in the football building.
Well,
he's
it's
been
just
working.
how big of a distraction has it been? Because nobody talks about the Commanders because you know what? They ain't no good.
Well, the rest of that division's off to a good start, and they're no good. I think even if you're going to ask that question, I don't know that the immediate post-game setting is the place to ask it. These guys get tons of access to NFL coaches. They're mandated by the league to meet with the media so much that you're going to have a ton of times to ask that. I don't know if the post-game press conference is the time for that.
How often do you win an NFL game when you have you're 2 for 11 on third downs and you have 214 total yards?
Well, that's hard to do. Yeah, it's very.
And you're
hard
on the
to
road.
Do. Yeah, it's very hard to do.
You got to be playing a specific opponent at that point.
Yeah.
But
somebody dressed in orange.
The red zone turnovers. I don't know if you guys saw them. Jonathan Allen had a tipped interception early on. Then they had a first and goal from the 2 and couldn't get in. So the Redskins played, really good defense, but that Chicago Bears offense is tough to watch. That was a difficult game
it was. I left Bud Light game night. We were down at Mugshots, and I was hanging with one member of our audience, having a beer at the bar. I was having a diet soda with him, and that game was on, and I was like, God, this game looks awful. but no volume, so I couldn't really follow what was going on as well. And he and I were talking. I get home and look, and it's 3-0 at the half. Was that the halftime score?
It was 3-0 at
3-0
the half.
And I said, if you think I'm turning this on, 3-0 at the half, no, thank you.
Meanwhile,
Hard pass.
Meanwhile, in the college game, John Rice Plumlee was helping UCF, the Gus Bus, roll to 70 points against Temple, 70-13. John Rice Plumlee, part of 7 touchdowns last night for UCF.
Would that have been a nice fantasy pop?
Yeah, I thought about that. I wish I'd have jumped on John Rice Plumlee.
I think Rice Plumlee, we talked about how inconsistent he was. I wasn't sold that he was going to be a good quarterback. Still don't know how good he will be. They're scoring a lot of points. Going back to that SMU game on that Wednesday night, he's very comfortable in this offense. You wonder if Gus would have had him in Auburn, if things would have been a little different. Just in, to me,
Oh, he's not better than Bo Nix.
No, but
well, Gus had Bo Nix.
That's what I'm saying.
No,
yeah,
but I think Rice Plumlee's a better runner
than Bo.
Oh yeah,
maybe Bo's a much better passer though.
Bo's a better quarterback.
Yeah, Bo's a better quarterback. John Rice. He wouldn't have started in front of Bo. Yeah. I don't think he would have.
I just think Rice Plumlee reminds me a little bit of Nick Marshall.
Maybe a little. I mean, I told you guys in the offseason, it's a quarterback. It's like a lab-developed quarterback, apparently a space lab. Developed quarterback for Gus Malzahn. It's a perfect guy for him.
I think we insult Nick Marshall when we reference some of these guys are, like Nick Marshall. Nick Marshall was pretty dang good.
Well, he was good in that system. He was not a very good passer.
Well,
you got to be a good passer to be a really good quarterback. He was in a proper system.
Nick Marshall's a better passer than John Rice Plumlee.
I don't know if I would say that. That's a very low bar.
I would. It is a low bar, but I would say that. Big win for UCF last night. Baylor, West Virginia. West Virginia won the national championship last night. Did you see that?
That was a huge win for them. Man.
I mean, they reacted.
What a fun game, too. That was a very, very entertaining game.
Well, the interesting thing now, Neil Brown was on such a hot seat, which,
that's right.
I still think that thing can shift the other way. But, we went year one, Dave Aranda, we were like, damn, what the hell happened? This is a tough Baylor team to watch. Last year, they won 11 games. Now they're sitting there exactly same record, 3-3, and 1-2 in conference as West Virginia.
Yeah, and the singing last night of Mountain Mama after the game. So
I love that tradition.
Yeah, it was really, really good. It was loud there in Morgantown. But now they've got a couple of wins, and it's a what if. I mean, if they had beaten Pittsburgh to start the season in that rivalry game, I think we'd be looking totally different at Neil Brown in this West Virginia season right now.
Maybe so. I don't know. Like Lance said, he's on the hot seat. I don't think a win over Baylor changes the math for him. I think it's going to be what he does for this whole season, right? And that contributes to it, a win over Baylor. So I don't know where I am on Neil Brown. I've always liked him. That game for us, the group of us here have a close personal connection to both those teams. So, I don't know that I was cheering for one over the other. I like Neil Brown though, and he's got connections to our state. I'd like to see him be successful at West Virginia. I think he's a pretty good coach.
Well, West Virginia was the lock last night.
Oh,
so
that's
I did
good.
have a side that I was pulling for. But look,
that returned extra point was big for you then, wasn't it?
That
return block extra point.
You don't get that a lot.
Yeah, you don't get those very often.
But we were talking about Jeff Grimes yesterday, and wasn't Jeff Grimes' fault.
No,
that
they scored
offense
40.
was really good. Yeah, I mean they almost had 600 yards of total offense,
and lost his quarterback.
Yeah, lost his quarterback, and backup came in and played well. Dave Aranda's defense was the problem.
Yeah, the problem last night for Baylor. So that was the Thursday night. We told you the game's coming up on this Friday night. We'll get into what's setting the table for Alabama's trip up to Knoxville and what Nick Saban said last night and Hey Coach about Bryce Young's practice this week after LT tells us about Dr. B, the guy who's getting LT's hair looking like he's in his 20s again.
Yeah, Dr. B recently had that visit with Dr. B, and we had the hair analysis, and he told me 12 to 14% actually growth right now. I can do the laser treatment on my couch. Dr. B, for more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience as advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Look, with age for most comes hair loss. It started to happen to me last year. I asked around. Everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy to call. I've started my second round of treatment. The hair growth is already there. Loving this. Call today. Call Dr. B. Tell him the next round sent you. 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316.
All right. Last night, my buddy Chris Bryce of CBS 42 is the media guest with Nick Saban on Hey Coach over with our friends at Baumhauer's. And Coach Saban was talking about Bryce Young. Says he's practiced some this week, and we'll see how he can handle the pain. He didn't sound like it was definite he was going to play the entire game if he could pass it down the field, but it's going to be a pain tolerance thing. And then Coach Saban went on to talk about the priorities of this team walking in. Toughest challenge of the year so far?
Oh, absolutely. 100%.
Absolutely.
Yep.
More than Texas?
Yep, definitely.
Toughest,
Now, I don't know if it'll play out like that.
Yeah, but I think it's a better team.
Yeah, but it's a better team.
Better team, tougher place to play.
Yeah, tougher place to play this time in Knoxville. Big rivalry game on the road. It all comes down to priorities for Nick Saban.
Your best is required, like in games like this. But really, to be ready to play in games like this, you got to do your best every day because it's got to be a habit. You got to develop habits that are going to create opportunities that when you go out there and play, you're not really concerned about anything but focusing on what you got to do, playing fast, playing hard, being aggressive. So the priority, I call it being a champion. That has to be the priority. So all these other things, self-indulgent behavior, guy pushes me so I feel like hitting him back. You get a 15-yard penalty, takes us out of field goal range. All right, we score a touchdown, you're dogging a guy, so we get a 15-yard penalty. All right, and that gives them good field position. So just all these things are not the kind of things that I think a classy team that has the kind of priorities to be a champion, we can't do those things. We got to learn from these things and do better.
Yeah, Nick Saban last night, Hey Coach, part of the Crimson Tide Sports Network every Thursday night at Baumhauer's. So the Bryce situation, you read what he says, and he's hasn't varied from that all week long. Can't damage the arm anymore by doing it, but it still comes down to a pain tolerance. Can he push the ball down the field? Can he do his job? Is he going to be effective at quarterback? That is still going to be the big storyline up until and probably throughout the game, even if he's playing. Is he able to be Bryce Young?
Yeah, I mean, I'm almost positive he's going to play. Through in practice yesterday, I didn't really hear how that went, but I would assume this moment is so big, he wants to be a part of it. He wanted to play last week. I just wonder how he's going to perform. I assume if he's out there, he's going to be the Bryce Young that we're used to. He's going to be elite, and he's going to play well against that Tennessee defense.
Yeah, I think they can probably juice it up to where he doesn't feel the pain if there is pain. And Nick Saban has continued to say there's nothing he can do to make this worse, right? So if you can't make it worse and they can juice it up to take away the pain, I think the only question then becomes, has he lost some velocity? And that's your huge concern.
And I know you're close to some surgeons that would handle a surgery like this.
Okay.
It'd be nice to know when he talks like that, he can't do any more damage to that, blah, 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 blah. Does that mean eventually he's going to have, for Bama fans, they hope, an off-season surgery before he goes into the NFL? Is that something that's
I could
on the
get Tiger
horizon?
Patterson on from Precision, and he can jump on for a couple of minutes and answer those questions.
I'd like to know. Is this something that's going to clean up naturally, or eventually because you hear always at the end of seasons, guys have shoulder surgeries or knee surgeries, ankle surgeries to clear things up. I wonder if this is one of those things that that will eventually need to be cleaned up before he goes on into his NFL career.
Yeah, I'll make a call and break. I did want to tell you guys that I came across this. It's pretty amazing. The last time Tennessee both hosted and won a battle of top 10 teams.
Oh, let me guess. Hosted and won a battle of top 10 teams.
I think I know. And I think it's going to surprise people.
I think it's going to be because Peyton never beat Florida.
Nope.
I'm going to say it was T. Martin in 98. It was the Houston Nutt fumble game with Arkansas.
That's the Clint Sterner fumble with Arkansas.
Number 6, Tennessee hosted Quincy Carter, and number 10, Georgia. And Phil Fulmer's Vols pulled out a 37-20 win. The interesting thing about this, it was October 9th of 1999. Josh Heupel made his first start against Texas.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
and on that same day, Nick Saban's Michigan State Spartans upset number 3 Michigan.
Wow. What a big day in college football.
That was a big day, wasn't it?
But, how long ago was that?
I know.
That's the last. So, Saban was at Michigan State. Heupel was starting his first game in the Red River Shootout. That's the last time Tennessee hosted and beat a top 10 at home.
Yeah, to our defense, Arkansas was number 10 in that game, so we had at least a top 10 matchup. Tennessee won.
We just went a tad
Yeah,
too
we're
far
a
back.
little too far back.
All right, a lot of stuff on my sheet to get to today in college football to get you ready to go for this big weekend. Hope you guys are ready to talk football with us. That includes Henry To'oTo'o, the Alabama linebacker, who will be with us in the next segment. We've got the Pick 3 coming up. You can go play right now at nextroundlive.com. We're close to 400, in the high 300s of correct 3-0s this year. You guys have been amazing, but we're at the midway point. Don't slow down. Keep playing the Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3. You can do that at nextroundlive.com. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. Before we get to Henry To'oTo'o.
Yeah, Nichols Outfitters is getting you ready for the hunting season. And if you have a firearm, maybe a hunting rifle or shotgun you're not even using anymore, Nichols may be interested in purchasing it from you. Perhaps you upgraded your hunting firearms a few years back. You still got the old one? Don't let it just sit around and collect dust or fall in disrepair. Nichols Outfitters will pay you for your old firearm. Drop by and talk to the team about what you can get for your firearm. Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Henry To'oTo'o is next.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate, and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the Vaughan, Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new Ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
The real estate market is crazier than it has ever been. ERA King has 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35620 to get started. That's the word MOVE to 35620. It's a crazy market. That's why you need our friends at ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Henry Toa is about to talk about the biggest game in the country. Number 3 Alabama in one poll, number 1 in another, is battling Tennessee. Number 6 there up in Knoxville. Rivalry game. We're looking forward to that. I'll be up there, heading up there right after the show. LT's heading up there. Brownie will be handling everything here from our Birmingham studios. Don't forget our shows live tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central, from multiple locations.
All right, let's go to the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline where the Alabama linebacker awaits us. It is the next round presented by Bud Light. And Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch remind you, decide to ride. Before you ever take that first drink, have a plan in place. Decide to ride with Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch. Henry Toa with us now. What's up, Henry? How are you?
What's up, guys? What's up? I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. I would guess, don't know this, but would guess this game probably has feelings for you personally that many of your teammates don't necessarily have because of your past there in Knoxville.
Yeah, man, just super excited about it. Like just going back, being able to be back in Knoxville and playing that stadium one last time before, my college career is done. Super excited about it. They're a good team and it's going to be a huge challenge for us.
Do you own anything orange still?
I still got a couple stuff. I still got some pictures. Still got all my pictures. Definitely some memories that I'm never going to forget. So I got to keep that little orange with me.
You know what's amazing? You were born like 15 months after the last time Tennessee hosted and won a top 10 matchup in Neyland. That's hard to believe.
Damn, that means I'm young.
You are born in 2001.
Yeah, that's been a while though.
That's a while. That's a long time.
Now you watch the tape all week and you see Hendon Hooker and let's start there because really good running backs, good offensive line, good receivers. But for a guy like Hendon Hooker who can spin it like he does, but also can escape if he needs to, run if he needs to, passer first, but he can run if he needs to. What kind of challenge does that bring for your position specifically this week?
Yeah, anytime you have to prepare for like a dual threat quarterback that can, make plays with his feet and throw the ball in the air efficiently, it's a super hard challenge being able to try to contain him and also get his pass concepts down and being able to try to figure out where he likes to go with the ball, how quick he gets the ball out and certain stuff like that. So we're super excited about it. He's not the first one that we've seen throughout this past year. So trying to just apply some little stuff that we did throughout past games and see if it'll work on him. We had some experience with him last year, so definitely super excited about him. He's a great player, totally respect the dude, so humble, so eager to win, and I love that about him. So I'm super excited to play him for the second time.
Yeah, and it was the first time I saw him in person last year in Tuscaloosa, and I wanted to ask you, having a look at him last year, not just seeing him on tape, but now you've seen him in person one time, was there one thing that he was better at last year than you thought he was going to be? And does that help you this year, having had that one live look at him already?
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I didn't know he was that fast. He's tall, lengthy. I didn't know he was that fast and he can move so well in person. So, definitely watch him on tape. You didn't really expect him to be so fast and so agile when moving outside the pocket. So, it was good to be able to experience that last year. So, we got a good feel for that. But definitely has a great arm. That's when some people, give him so much credit on is his arm. And he can throw the deep ball so well and find the targets that he needs to whenever the moment is needed to make a big play. So super excited about it. We're juiced up here in Tuscaloosa.
I know this is on the fly, but outside of Bryce Young in practice, is Hendon Hooker the best quarterback you've ever faced?
We face some good ones. But Hendon's definitely up there. He's definitely up there. Definitely one of those where you got to prepare for him so hard, got to study him so much, got to know his tendencies. So super excited about it.
Did we disrupt the Fortnite game?
I woke up and chose violence this morning.
Got to get you in the mood for the game, right?
Woke up and chose violence this morning.
Henry Tuatua, our guest on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It is the next round presented by Bud Light. Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch remind you to decide to ride. Before you ever take that first drink, make sure you have a plan in place. Decide to ride with Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch. You call out, Henry, the signals defensively, obviously. You get a lot of credit for that. How difficult is it when a team goes as fast as Tennessee goes? How critical is it to get it right quickly for you? I think they run a play every 16 seconds, if I'm not mistaken, and that seems like a huge challenge.
Yeah, this week has been super huge for me, just trying to give guys a call, trying to, communicate guys, try to get all guys on the same page, and that's going to be a key part to our defense. And, this week is going to be huge on just executing. Getting all guys on the same page, getting guys to the ball, trying to beat them to the ball. They got to get a signal the same as we do. So it's a matter of who's going to get to the ball the fastest, who's going to get lined up to play a game of football the fastest. So definitely going to be a challenge for me. They move so fast, they move so efficient as an offense. So, definitely excited about it. Our defense does a great job of everybody looking to the sideline, getting a signal. And we have so much older guys that lead the younger guys on the field to let them know what they got to do. So it's a team effort.
I hear coaches all the time, and Nick Saban does this a lot, praise the scout team in weeks like this. How important is the scout team to give you those looks so that you can get used to calling plays that quickly? And who has been Hendon Hooker on the scout team this week?
Our scout team's always great. Our scout team does a great job of actually taking time to know the opponent as much as we do as a defense. They have their own meetings and they do their own study and letting us know the tendencies of Hendon, the running backs, the linemen, and the route concepts. So this week was definitely fast. We had two scout teams this week. We had a scout team on the right hash, a scout team on the left hash. So, fast firing them from back to plays was definitely huge for us. We got a lot of good quarterbacks on the scout field. A couple walk-ons that do a great job of, running around, trying to spin, trying to hit us in the mouth too, but making good throws for us so that we get that good look.
I would assume tonight is a movie night for you guys, and you said you chose violence this morning. What is your favorite movie of all time, and is it a violent movie?
Isn't a violent movie. It's got to be Medea. All of the Medea.
Medea?
So no, those are not violent.
No, we thought we had Bo Nix, former Auburn quarterback, now with Oregon, on last year, and he said his favorite movie of all time was White House Down. I think yours might be worse.
Oh, come on.
Medea. That's great. Hey, we are live on Twitch as well. That's one of our video platforms. So if you just turned around and started playing Fortnite and we just broadcast you playing live, we actually may get more Twitch hits.
We get better ratings.
We'll get better ratings that way. Hey, before you...
They'll boo me. So terrible at Fortnite. They'll probably boo me. They wouldn't like.
We're heading up to Knoxville. You obviously spent a couple of years there. If there's one restaurant, whether it's pizza, a good sandwich, or something, you got a food recommendation for us up in Knoxville?
Knoxville, Big Kahuna. Big Kahuna got some good wings. Definitely was one of my favorite spots to go up there. Big Kahuna. Man, I can't even think of one off the top of my head right now. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, that's good though. That's you don't want to give out too much because we're in the NIL world. I mean, you could give out your 5 favorite restaurants in the visiting city every week, Henry, and charge for that, man. That's what we should be doing.
Hey, you guys think pretty smart over there.
It's all about monetizing.
Right. Monetize it. All right, Henry. Best of luck this weekend against Tennessee. It should be a fun game. We look forward to seeing you again next Friday.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, buddy. Thank you. That is Henry Tuatua with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, courtesy of our friends at Bud Light. They remind you to decide to ride. Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light tells you before you ever take that first drink, have a plan in place. That's how you decide to ride, courtesy of Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light.
I'm just I'm wondering if I can get into the Big Kahuna for some wings if I get there about 6:30 Eastern.
Yeah, they're probably not busy at all right at dinner time.
Yeah, you'll probably be fine.
Yeah.
Are you going to go out tonight?
I don't think so. I think I'm going to settle into my quality Motel Inn and
Why don't you come out and I'll see if I can make you worse than you were in College Station.
No, not going to happen. Not going to happen. I've learned my lesson on Friday nights before 2:30 Alabama games on the road. There will be no bourbon, long neck Bud Lights, and Dr. Pepper shots.
Man, I don't.
Flaming Dr. Pepper.
I have no idea. I haven't been to Knoxville in probably 14 or 15 years, and I've been a bunch, but it's just been a long time. So it's going to be a completely new look for me.
Yeah, I've never done the bar scene in Knoxville.
Oh, it's a good bar. Or it was a good bar scene. I don't know if it is now.
I've done some boat rides at night, the night before the game. I've done some good restaurants, but I've never done the bar scene.
You're going to want the barbecue slaw burger, I think, instead of the wings. Maybe the wings is a starter.
Does Big Kahuna look good?
Listen to this burger. Piled high with hickory smoked pulled pork on top of the burger. Or maybe that is not on top of the burger. I don't know. Wisconsin white cheddar, homemade spicy kale slaw drizzled with homemade barbecue sauce. Yes, sir.
You would be disappointed in me, Brown, last night. You went to the bar and we sat at the back table with the Corns last night.
Right.
And Rocky sat next to me. My order, I know you always say no meat, no
meat,
meal.
no meal.
But it looked good, didn't it, Rocky?
It did. He got a PB&J burger. Hold the burger.
So you got a peanut butter and jelly, basically. Yeah. Okay.
It was delicious.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
That sounds like a good snack.
Yeah, I like it with the burger.
Snack.
Yeah.
All right, that was Henry Toa, brought to you by our friends who remind you to think before you drive.
Yes, Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch. Decide to ride.
Yeah, so we appreciate them so much. As we continue the conversation for college football, we'd love to always get your recommendations on out-of-town trips. We're making it up to Knoxville. Joe says hit Old Town. Night before the game is a great area to check out. Lots of unique bars there. Joe, thank you. Old Town.
Yeah, I think Mick Gillespie, who was in studio with us doing the Players Club yesterday, told me Old Town. Yeah. I've got to find some good tailgates too. Are you going to be able to tailgate tomorrow?
I got a little work to do, but yeah, I'll be on 9 to 10 with us, and then 12 to 2 with CBS 42. So that leaves me what?
So that's a no.
Yeah, 10 to 12.
Yeah, you got time.
I got about a 60-minute window there, but it should be a fun trip and a big game, number 3 versus number 6, with game day there as well. On the Auburn side of things, we'll talk a little bit about Auburn's trip over to Ole Miss in just a second. But first, LT, tell us about the great folks at Hemphill. As you wake up this morning, a little cooler outside than it has been being, and maybe that's time to turn that heat on. Getting close to turning that heat on.
No.
We're close.
No.
Not yet. Getting close.
Brown's got the windows open. Hey, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. It's happened to most of us up here. The first call we always make is to our friends at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
If I asked you guys, best position group at Auburn, and if I gave you two choices, like a Cowan Equipment poll question, is it running backs or is it linebackers? Running backs or linebackers, best position group. And if there's a different one, please chime in. But I think it's down to those two. Which one is the best position group?
I mean, I think probably the best talent is at running back. I think Hunter and Tank Bigsby on, I mean, I hate to say this about Auburn, but on teams that have better players around them would flourish.
Yeah, they could be.
I think both of them would.
You throw either one of those guys in Ohio State's offense.
Oh, could you imagine Jarquez Hunter with that speed in Ohio State's offense?
Yeah, I mean, even like USC's offense, watching Travis Dye. Travis Dye was good at Oregon. He's becoming an elite running back right now in Lincoln Riley's system. So these guys, I hate to say it, I think Auburn fans would really agree behind the scenes. They're wasting time.
I do feel like Tank Bigsby, unfortunately, has wasted a career at Auburn. And it's not because of Auburn. I'm sure he loves the education and the people and the campus. But just in pure football terms, we haven't gotten the best of Tank Bigsby. I think in other generations of Auburn football, and this is not exclusive to Auburn. This has happened at every school. A lot of good players have just hit a school at a bad time. And Bigsby's one of those guys. We've never gotten to see his full potential.
And I think Bigsby will have a better NFL career. I'll tell you a guy that's been playing for the Rams, and I barely remembered. Do you guys remember Brandon Powell playing at Florida?
I do not.
Yeah. He was not an impact guy, but he's becoming an impact guy for the Rams, and it shows you on those bad Florida teams.
Yeah.
That's why he was kind of a hidden talent, and I think you're getting that with Tank. I think Tank's going to be a steal for somebody in the draft.
Well, I feel silly because I was going to answer linebacker, and Superior Thruster says of those two choices, it's running back. He says linebackers suck. Superior Thruster does.
I don't know if I go that far.
Will says the linebackers aren't good, so running backs between those choices. But the answer is kicker. The kicker's been horrible this year.
Shaky.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know anything that jumps out really,
Yeah.
I thought the linebackers are very talented sideline to sideline, been playing well.
Yeah, but I think the best players of probably any Auburn position group, the best talented players are at running back. They just don't get a chance to highlight that because they're getting hit in the backfield all the time.
Boble Fish says, how did Judkins leave the state of Bama, the freshman for Ole Miss? That dude's a freak at Ole Miss. Well, he's a three-star. Three-star running back at Pike Road, and unfortunately, or fortunately for Ole Miss and for him, he found a place in Oxford. But right now where we are in recruiting in this state, there are a lot of people coming from out of state who are 4 and 5 stars.
And
but obviously the star system isn't perfect because that kid can play.
No, he can play. He's probably better than a 3-star, but it's also not like he was hidden somewhere. I mean, Pike Road's a good school. Yeah. I mean, it's not like he was playing out in the middle of nowhere and nobody could find the guy. He's playing for, I think they're 6A. Cowan play for a 6A school.
Cowan Equipment poll questions every day on the show, brought to you by Cowan Equipment. We'll power up that poll at Next Round Live on Twitter in just a second. Cowan Equipment.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN. for more information.
Some of the games in the top 10 other than Tennessee and Alabama, we'll start to break that down in the next segment. Maybe none bigger than Penn State, Michigan there at the Big House. We'll talk about that. And then we'll crank up our pick 3 at 10 o'clock. All today. Later on, Tyler Watts in studio talking to us about Alabama's trip up to Knoxville. He's had some pleasant and unpleasant memories up there. We'll talk to him about the Tide and Vols. All that ahead right here on a Football Friday on the Next Round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
As a U.S. Navy SEAL, Jared Hudson fought for us to keep America a safer place to live. He's trained hundreds of law enforcement officers across the nation and served in the ranks himself. Jared Hudson wants to be your sheriff, where he can protect Jefferson County, you and your family.
I'm Jared Hudson. Together, we will solve the crime epidemic in Jefferson County. Join me in making our community a safe place once again.
Paid for by Jared Hudson for Sheriff Campaign, 3524 Decatur Highway, Suite 300B, Fultondale, Alabama, 35068.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Back with you on the Next Round on this Football Friday. Again, thanks to everybody who came out down at Uptown this past week on our Bud Light game night. We're at Beef O'Brady's near Lunsford's house over in Hoover. What's that, the Grove it's called over there maybe?
That is what that is called.
In Hoover. Looking forward to that. Next Thursday night, we'll be there 5 to 7. If you're in that area, come hang out with us, and we'll have great prizes from our friends at Bud Light. Last night, Washington beat Chicago in the National Football League 12-7. Big wins from West Virginia and UCF on the college side. A couple more college games today. A big trio of Major League Baseball playoff games today. The postponed Yankees game with the Guardians at 12 noon today on TBS. You Braves fans, you go with the Phillies. 4:20 on FS1, and the Dodgers and Padres 8:30 tonight on FS1. Concerned quickly for Braves or Dodgers today? Anybody concerned about the Braves or Dodgers today?
Not really. I think they both win.
Tony Gonsolin has been great against the Padres. He's been great this year, but he has dominated the Padres. But I've got a feeling that Blake Snell tonight, I think the Padres get game 3.
Oh, no. So you guys are against the wall.
Yeah, that's what I'm locking today.
Wow.
You're locking the Padres against your Dodgers.
I am.
Oh, my.
Oh, well, let's do that. That's a free play brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services, lanceslog.com for all his plays tonight and throughout the weekend. But our friends at Hemp Hill want to make sure that if you having some cooling and heating problems, plumbing problems, you remember the name that Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It's Hemp Hill Services, run by Adam and Chad. Those guys will fix it. They'll fix it right. They'll fix it the first time, and they'll fix it at a fair price. 205-229-2090, 229-2090 for our friends at Hemp Hill. So you think Padres get the Dodgers today. What about the Braves? Are the Braves okay in Philly?
I do have a play on that game.
Okay.
I'm going to stand pat.
Do you feel like the Dodgers are going to be able to, because they'll have to win the rest of the series?
Yeah, they'll have to win 2 straight.
Two straight?
Yeah,
you think they'll be okay?
They can. Yeah.
Okay.
I do.
So you still think they win the series? They just
Bullpen's
lose
in
tonight.
line. Yeah, I've just got a feeling. Like Gonsolin was 2-0 in starts against Padres and 0.71 ERA this year, but he's only pitched 2 innings since October 3rd. Yeah.
2
innings over the last 7 weeks, so I think he's going to be rusty.
Strider's never lost to the Phillies, has he?
Yeah,
right about
are
that?
they officially going with Strider?
I think so, yeah.
Because, earlier in the week, people thought it was going to be Morton, and then I saw today it wasn't official yet.
So we'll see, Strider or Morton, and but it looks like it could be Strider coming off that tweaked oblique that had him on the IR for a little bit. Back to football after I tell you that right now it's time to get in line for those Christmas special gifts from our friends at Backyard Adventure. If you're listening to us in the Birmingham area, Huntsville, Atlanta, or anywhere, just go to this website, backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com. Like if you're in the Atlanta metro area, you don't have a place like Backyard Adventure, backyardalabama.com, just click on backyardalabama.com and you'll find a link to your neighborhood wherever you're watching us right there at backyardalabama.com. We're talking about the quality that you deserve, that your kid deserves in a playground in the backyard. 100% cedar, lifetime warranty, great customer service. These Backyard Adventure playgrounds will last an entire childhood and make your backyard special for your child, your son or daughter, to have a great childhood, a great time playing in the backyard. They've also got alley-oop trampolines and goal setter basketball goals. Go to backyardalabama.com, 205-408-4FUN, 205-408-4FUN. They'll set it up. They do landscaping maintenance programs and still get time to get in line for Christmas this holiday season. Backyardalabama.com.
Let me clean this up on Strider real quick. Mark Bowman, Lance, who covers the Braves for the Major League Baseball Network, says nothing official yet, but it looks like Strider will start today. However, he follows that by saying he'll likely only go 2 to 3 innings. He's thrown off a mound just twice in the past 26 days. So this is going to be a heavy bullpen day for the Braves.
Yeah, and I think the same for the Dodgers.
Yeah.
I think Gonsolin will only throw a couple of innings.
So virtual, not technical, but virtual bullpen starts for the National League favorites there, the Dodgers and the Braves today. So a big baseball day. Back to football. Before you hear from Lincoln Riley, a question apparently from Adam Grossbard of the Food Network. I don't know where he's from, but
he does say he's got a little Adam Richmond in him, doesn't he, Rockstar?
Yeah,
there's a little bit.
He does.
Yeah.
If James Corbin and Adam Richmond.
Yeah, if they had a kid. And a very aggressive mirror behind him. That looks like a mirrored wall.
You know, I think it's funny that you guys are the guys that can pick out toupees, but when you were out of studio.
Oh, you're right. That is a close one, yeah.
I don't.
All right,
I mean, I don't know. Do you know, Rocky? I would
looks-
say it's regular hair.
Yeah, the guy looks young.
It just looks people lose early. When we were out of studio, what? Somebody came in with a toupee?
No.
Oh.
Dunaway
As
said,
soon as
I
he
wonder
popped
if
up, I said, is that hair real?
Yeah, I didn't look at it initially, Jim, but you know, the curl under makes me suspicious.
Yeah, the old
They're
curl under.
on the hairline, yeah.
Yeah. Not saying he doesn't have some hair, Rockstar.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying, that guy's not as young as you think. That guy's, it's going to be 38.
Yeah.
38 for that guy.
This is probably not the focus of the soundbite we're about to play, though, is it? Yeah, okay.
It is not. The focus of the soundbite is going to be, eventually, it'll be Lincoln Riley's office.
Okay, we'll get on that. So nothing that Lincoln says is going to sit out here.
No, but Lincoln Riley apparently still not doing his Zoom calls from inside an office fitting of the USC coach. I still assume this is his assistant SID's office that he steps and does this thing with. It's not an LA look for Lincoln Riley, but he's talking this week about USC and the fans thinking the Trojans are playoff contenders now.
As a coach who's been part of several playoff teams, do you feel like USC has played to a playoff caliber so far this season?
Oh, I'm way too experienced for that question. I definitely get where you're coming from. I mean, listen, all that stuff, I get it's good to write about and it's interesting and I get that people enjoy it. Like for us in here and for other teams that I've been on that have gotten to the playoff, like you just got to find ways to win. Like I know that sounds simple and obvious, but you just don't know at this point. I think we put ourselves in a good position, but I mean, I've seen it happen where, man, we lose a game and all of a sudden, I mean, I heard it so many times the past several years. Like we'd lose a game, like, oh, playoffs are out. Everybody the Oklahoma's playoffs chances are over, blah, blah, blah. And then almost every year we were in the playoff. We got to control what we can. And the reality is if you take care of business on Saturdays and keep winning, all that stuff takes care of itself.
Lincoln Riley, that is his office apparently.
Well, yeah,
temporary.
Can we go back to it, Rockstars? You've still got it up there. Is that a moldy window surround?
Yes, somebody needs a little paint.
Yeah, I mean, my gosh.
I hate to bring this up because
they got to be building a massive football
I would
complex,
hope.
and this is temporary housing.
if I'm Nick Saban and I'm recruiting against USC, I'm like, hey, look at my office, look at his office.
Yeah, I mean, my guy's
This
got
is
a
the
portable
commitment.
fridge.
I
I've got
fit
a
3 drinks in there,
I mean,
man.
I would imagine
You know how
Nick's-
much nicer our fridge is
Yes.
in our green room
Yes.
than Lincoln Riley's fridge
I
is?
bet Nick Saban's got one of those double door walk-in fridges.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a beer, like the beer cave.
He's got
at
a
the convenience
Sub-Zero.
store.
There's no doubt.
Nick
Or
Saban has a
Viking.
catering staff just off his office waiting to bring him. Coach, what would you like today? Did you ring a bell?
But I'm concerned about Lincoln's health. He's got moldy windows, Rockstar. You can't be living with moldy windows.
Oh, Rockstar did for a while.
Yeah, something tells me he's not in that office a lot.
Hey, I will say this, though. If they do get Utah tomorrow, which I do not think they will, then watch out.
No, because the schedule opens up for them. I was just looking at that, too. Their next 3 are at Arizona versus Cal versus Colorado. They'll be a top 5 team.
Yeah, so this is the question I wanted to ask the LT. Brown, you answer too.
Yes, sir.
Top 10 teams. We have 2 top 10 matchups, so at least 2 top 10 teams lose tomorrow, either Alabama, Tennessee, or Penn State, Michigan, both in the all 4 in the top 10. Any other top 10 teams lose?
Yes.
How many?
Let's start with Clemson. I think it's a dangerous game. Clemson's playing really well right now. DJ has not played a bad game. Clemson's defense does scare me, but we've seen them give up a lot of points in that weight game.
More on that game coming up in the pick 3 here at the top of the hour. Who else?
I definitely think that USC is losing to Utah. They're 108th against the run. And Utah runs the football effectively well, not only with Tavion Thomas, but with their quarterback Cam Rising. Again, Cam Rising's had some turnovers that are really atypical for him.
He's had a disappointing season.
Yeah, he has up until this point. But I think against USC, if they're not forcing the turnovers, which they're first in turnover rate right now, plus 15, I think. They've only turned the football over one time. They go on the road. This environment, it's much different. I think Utah is a really good player.
We've got that coming up in the pick 3 as well. Utah, by the way, both their losses on the road, right? Gainesville and Pasadena. They're at home where they've won 11 straight football games. So we'll get to our pick 3 coming up on the other side. All the big games you can go play right now. Can you beat us? Can you beat your neighbors, everyone in the chat room, everyone who's watching or listening right now? To try to go 3-0, you go on there right now, nextroundlive.com, and hit the big Buffalo Wild Wings logo. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic. Hour number 2 is coming up on the other side, Brownie.
Yeah, Element Wellness right there at Greystone Chiropractic can get you feeling more in balance with better energy, get some proactive healing, allowing you to feel your best and reach your full potential. Element Wellness has things like IV vitamin therapy, cryotherapy, infrared sauna, which has a full spectrum of saunas using infrared light, not steam. It helps with cellular health, wound healing, skin rejuvenation, pain relief, much, much more. Red light therapy, holistic nutrition consulting, all of that under one roof with Greystone Chiropractic. It is just off 119-280 and Tattersall Park. ElementWellness.me if you want more. ElementWellness.me, 205-326-7333. ElementWellness.me.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons. Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, hour number.
Is that a South Alabama shirt, by the way?
It is, yes. Thank you, Lance.
Go Jags, homecoming
Go Jags.
weekend.
Jay's up. So South Alabama in action on the NFL Network tomorrow.
Of all places.
Confusing, but yes. South Alabama taking on Terry Bowden's Law Monroe game, part of a big TV weekend. I don't know how many of you may be watching that game, but that is one there. You can get our worksheet that we send out every week on our social media platforms. Maybe I'll resend it if you missed it this week, but it's a good TV day. And we're about to talk about some of those games in our Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3. But right now, the headlines this hour being brought to you by our friends at Crocker Moving Services, crockermovingservices.com. Listen, I don't know. Do you guys know anybody that loves to move?
Crocker Moving Services.
Yeah, they do.
I've got tons of friends that love to move.
But individuals, and you can't. We actually talked about this on a Mystery Fifth Hour. You asking friends to help you to move?
Negative.
That is not a friendly thing to do.
Nope. Friend foul, in fact.
Yeah. In fact, you need to have these people, Crocker Moving Services, help you out. CrockerMovingServices.com. Whether it's your home or your business, residential and commercial moving is what they do. And they'll even pack up your home and pack up your office. They'll make it as easy as possible. CrockerMovingServices.com. Eric Crocker has a great business here. He's a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. And they'll move you anywhere in the
the continental United States using made-in-the-USA equipment and made-in-the-USA supplies whenever possible. Veteran-owned and veteran-operated when possible is CrockerMovingServices.com. CrockerMovingServices.com. In your headlines, we've talked about the Braves. Clean that up for us. It's now official. Strider's the starter,
yeah,
right?
It's going to be Strider in Game 3, Charlie Morton in Game 4. Now, obviously, the Braves would never say this, but Mark Bowman, that covers Atlanta for MLB, says that you could really only expect 2 to 3 innings out of Strider, and then it'll go to the bullpen. He's only thrown off the mound twice in 26 days.
Coming back from that injury, right?
Yeah, a lot to ask of him in a postseason game to go more than 2 or 3 innings, apparently.
Okay, and that's the Braves this afternoon, 4:30 FS1. Braves in Philly up in Philadelphia, and everyone's talking about what a crazy scene it'll be in Philadelphia. Some hungry fans there. Rockstar, if you'll give me cut number 1, Nick Saban, talking about just he wants to see his guys compete again, right? He wants to see what they learned after going to Austin and making some mistakes and almost letting that one get away. And then last week at home against Texas A&M, making some mistakes and almost letting that one get away. Don't know if you got any room for mistakes up in Knoxville. Here's Nick Saban talking about playing a great competition, a great opponent in Tennessee.
We got a tremendous challenge against a really good team on the road, SEC game, game day, all the things that make great games. So if you're a great competitor, you love great challenges, and this is certainly going to be a great challenge for us and what we expect to be a difficult environment.
So he talked about a lot of things that usually he talks about in a negative way. Do you think Alabama is positioned Brown better to handle the setting?
No doubt. Yep.
In the stage more than Tennessee is.
Yeah, no doubt. And, we've discussed this before, even when this scene was in Tuscaloosa, primarily with like the LSU games of the past, how sometimes, now you'd prefer to play in front of your home crowd in football 100 times out of 100. I get that. But sometimes it is a detriment to the home team when all of this is going on. Biggest game, we've talked about it, biggest game in Knoxville since 98. If we're saying that, Lance, how often have Tennessee players heard
and I
that?
think Barry Jones was the one that said 2011, the game of the century.
It just got out of hand.
Yeah, when you've got in Knoxville for the first time is going to have game day, SEC Nation. Everybody.
Alabama coming to town. It's the CBS game. Everybody's saying it's the biggest game in the nation. That can be hard on the home team. Now, again, they've got the advantage of the crowd. Nobody's going to argue that one. You'd rather play it at home.
But there's a lot of Alabama players on this roster that have played in these big games. Tennessee has not played in this big game yet. And look, they almost had the meltdown against Florida. That's what I think one of the differences is going to be. Not only is, Alabama's got the experience in a situation like this, but the expectation for Tennessee, the pressure for Tennessee, and the fact that Alabama is now hearing everyone say Tennessee's going to win this game. I think you've got as many people saying Tennessee's going to win that are saying Alabama.
To your point, Brown, a little bit of an advantage that Alabama has already played in a team's biggest game in their stadium in a long, long time when they went to Austin. That place was crazy, and it was the biggest game they'd had in Austin in a long, long time.
And Fayetteville, too.
Fayetteville, too.
Yeah, I think Arkansas fans, that's one of the bigger games they've had in Arkansas in quite a while. They thought they had a chance to win that game, and in fact, in the second half, they did have a chance to win that game. But if you've been at Alabama any amount of time, you've played in games bigger than this one, right? Maybe not in a more hostile environment, maybe not, but games that are bigger than this one.
This is a speed bump.
Yeah, just last year, you played in an SEC championship game, a playoff game, and a college national championship game. Every one of those games was bigger than this one.
Yeah, usually the atmosphere's a little timid because
I'm not talking atmosphere. I'm just talking about what's on the line, the type of pressure you're having to deal with. Any one of those games, a loss, and the season was over. And they eventually did lose to Georgia in the championship game, national championship game.
But everyone.
That's not even the case here.
Everyone keeps going to this, and our buddy Joel Klatt went to it when he was on with us, and later on, Cowherd picked Tennessee to beat Alabama. By the way, Joel Klatt did. They keep going back that Alabama, this group of Alabama players last year and this year, they've not been they won games, but they've been very close games on the road. They have not played their A game on the road.
And that's the concern, yep.
And nobody can figure out why that's happening.
Yep, that is the concern is road Alabama which used to be so good under Nick Saban, has become very beatable.
And I know we don't all see everything everyone says, but I think you pointed it out to me that Klatt, he says that can directly tie to Alabama's offensive line and run game not being as dominant as it used to be. That when Alabama back in Barrett Jones's day would go on the road, they had 5 earth movers that would just move everyone out of the way. Crowd noise wasn't a factor because they'd run it down your throat.
This has to be, for Alabama to win this game, this has to be their offensive line's best game. You've got to either protect a banged-up Bryce Young or a Jalen Milroe that needs all the help he can get in a hostile environment, and you've got to establish that run game to help either one of those quarterbacks. A banged-up Bryce Young needs help from Jahmyr Gibbs and Jason McClellan and Roy Dale Williams in that run game, and a Jalen Milroe certainly needs help from it, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, this has got to be their line's best game.
I want to go back to something you said, though, about Alabama not playing their best football on the road. Let's not forget they were up 28-0 on Arkansas. Now, I know Arkansas.
They lost that lead, too.
Yeah, but they ended up winning the game going away.
Yeah.
So, and again, I think that was the noise from the outside. Alabama struggles on the road. They're still hearing that. Alabama finally has an opportunity to go down to Tennessee for the first time under Nick Saban. They're hearing all this.
Yeah, their last start-to-finish dominant road game was at Mississippi State last year. That was their best road game they played last year, without a doubt. Yeah. I mean,
I've seen this story too many times. I've seen it multiple times with Georgia, regular season games. I saw it in the SEC championship game last year, and I'm seeing it again this weekend.
You're still heavy on Bama.
Oh, yeah.
That is part of the conversation we'll get to in the Pick 3. Rockstar will cue up the song. It's brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings. But first, as expected by most people when he decommitted from Michigan State, Auburn's picked up a huge get today. A 4-star offensive lineman, Clay Whedon, who's out of Tampa, has committed to Auburn. Reading from Brian Matthews' story right there. He is a guy who was going to go to Michigan State, and I guess because of the Mel Tucker and the situation that Michigan State's season is going right now, he wasn't comfortable staying committed to Michigan State, flipping to Auburn, and according to our friends at On3 Sports, that is the 3rd offensive line commitment for Auburn in this class. And if you're looking to rebuild a program, offensive line is a good place to start.
Well, I mean, absolutely. We just talked about how important it's going to be for Alabama in this game, and it has been bad for Auburn, so they need the help. I was just going to make the point that coaches that are still getting guys to commit to Auburn right now are doing a heck of a job recruiting.
Well, I was going to bring this up, and no shot to Auburn. It's a great place,
no,
obviously. But what would be fascinating if we could have a documentary now on NIL and these collectives and behind the scenes how these guys are signing, because something went wrong with Michigan State, because we've heard their collective is huge now that Dan Gilbert is one of the money guys behind it. And you just wonder if something went south on that. Auburn had a better offer.
Yeah, this is Cadillac Williams, by the way, and Will Friend, according to 24/7, who are the primary recruiters, Cadillac primary, Will Friend secondary on this kid. I mean, Cadillac out there selling it hard, man, to get a guy from Tampa to come to Auburn when everybody in the world knows this coach is a dead man walking. You don't even know who you're going to play for.
Tough sell.
That is a tough sell.
Tough sell right there. That's a recruiting commitment for Auburn right there. Rockstar time for our Pick 3 conversation. You can play at nextroundlive.com. Let's hit the song.
Pick 3, it's time for the Pick 3. 3 for you and 3 for me, that equals a Pick 3. Say goodbye to your family, it's time for the Pick 3. Only time that I'm happy is when it's time for Pick 3.
And Pick 3 always brought to you by our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings. Remember, 12 locations in the Birmingham Central Alabama area, including new locations in Chelsea and Oxford. 20 years in the market, serving up the absolute best sports atmosphere and wings around. Place to be for football Saturdays and Sundays, Buffalo Wild Wings. And don't forget, takeout available through the Buffalo Wild Wings app all weekend long.
All right, Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3. We've talked about some of these games already. Remember, if you go 3-0, you're in our championship round at the end. Lunsford has this set up for you to play at nextroundlive.com. You have 6 different pools with all of the showcast names on it there. So you pick one of the pools and you play those 3 games. Those are the 3 games you play, and you got to go 3-0 to get into the championship at the end of the year and a chance to win all of our great grand prizes there at the end. Pool LT off the top is where you find Alabama and Tennessee. He's been telling you all week he likes Alabama giving the points. I like Tennessee plus. He's been nice and gave me 8.5 for a stake. We're playing it at 7.5, so we talked about that game. Another one in his is Kansas and Oklahoma. That game is interesting to me. Oklahoma's a big favorite. I would assume because Jalen Daniels is out for Kansas, their backup looked good. But also I would assume that number looked that way because, Dylan Gabriel, who warmed up before the Red River Shootout, they may be getting him back, and Oklahoma looked different when Dylan Gabriel was the quarterback.
Yeah, I think Gabriel's going to play, and I think it's one of the reasons this number's jumped up to 9. Oklahoma 3 straight losses for the first time since 1998. They're coming off the largest shutout in school history, losing 40-9 to Texas. I think Oklahoma is going to be laser-focused this weekend. And look, Jason Bean is a backup quarterback that has got some experience. He started 9 games for Kansas.
Including against Oklahoma last year.
Yeah, now he did have a unfortunate turnover late in that game. But he is a guy that's got some experience. I still think Oklahoma at home, they're hearing all this press. They've still got athletes. We saw them early against Nebraska.
On a 3-game losing streak, here comes Kansas, not the typical Kansas that usually helps you break a 3-game losing streak, a little bit bigger challenge, but better without Jalen Daniels in the game.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt. Now Jason Bean's had a week to think about it. They know who they're preparing for. They know Jalen Daniels is going to be out. And let's not forget, Oklahoma was a 38.5-point favorite in this spot last year. And now this is a single digit. I mean, this is pretty amazing.
But that was a 1-score game late, too.
Yeah, I'll stay away from this game. If not, I would love, and I think I told one of you guys in break, I would love to pounce on Oklahoma in this spot, but it's an 11 o'clock game. Superstition.
Yeah, I may come back to it later. Being 17 of 23, 246 and a touchdown, no picks against Oklahoma last year. And this is a worse Oklahoma defense. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And it's a better Kansas team.
Yep.
So if you add all of that together, Bean could have a good day. It's, to me, if Gabriel plays, that's the thing. I mean, if Gabriel plays, I don't know how Kansas really – it's going to have to be a shootout for them.
Well, I've got 6 plays, and I'm going to pull 3 of them out when I play the pick 3 later.
Uh-huh.
I like Oklahoma in this one.
I do too, Lance. I'm just worried about Gabriel. I mean, if I knew Gabriel was going to play, I'd be all over Oklahoma.
The 2 most fascinating things for me are whether Gabriel plays and how well he plays, and then the crowd. What is the crowd going to be like supporting Venables after 3 consecutive losses?
Yeah, the first time since 1998 the Sooners have had to deal with that. The other game with Alabama, Tennessee, and Kansas, Oklahoma in the LT pool in our Buffalo Wild Wings pick 3 is Charlotte and UAB down at Protective. UAB 23.5 in the game here. Their offensive numbers are unbelievable right now, they being UAB. Averaging 436 yards a game, 236 rushing a game, and 34.6 points per game. All 3 of those categories are on pace to be program records. Ooh. So this is the most prolific and productive offense in UAB history halfway through the season.
It's pretty impressive. I know disappointing losses to Rice and at Liberty, but this is we typically would always talk about UAB and the defense. But this offense, with Dylan Hopkins, who's done a good job of just managing the offense. I know quarterbacks don't like to hear that, but Dwayne McBride and Jermaine Brown, that 1-2 punch, it's deadly. And you look at this Charlotte team that's sitting at 1-5, they're awful against the run.
Yeah, horrible against the run, which sets up for UAB. Since the return in Birmingham, UAB 27-3. Unfortunately, 6-2 at Protective Stadium. Not as impressive there, but they should get a big win in front of a nice crowd tomorrow down in Birmingham.
Yeah, you've got a guy like McBride that averages 7.37 a carry.
Yep.
Don't let that wash over you. A guy that averages 7.37 a carry.
And Jermaine Brown, look what he's averaging.
Yeah.
7.1.
And McBride gets, on average, 22 carries a game.
That's right.
Averaging that kind of yardage.
Hey,
so
all I'm doing is handing the ball to those guys.
I know.
Those guys could each have 150, 200 yards each.
But then as we talked to Brian Vincent about the other day, they also have the nation's leader in yards per reception in Trey Shropshire, which I think those two go hand in hand, right? More you run, the more those safeties creep up in the run game.
It opens it up a lot. In the Dunaway pool, 3 interesting games. In fact, my pool's the toughest. I challenge any of you to go 3-0 in it. I don't think you can. I have Penn State and Michigan. Michigan minus 6.5 at home the way we played this one. That's a fascinating game to me. And I've got a stat on Sean Clifford for you here in a second. But in this game, who do you guys like first? What do you see the key of the game? How do you see Penn State and Michigan playing? How big of a game is this at the Big House?
Well, Penn State has lost 15 straight on the road as a dog versus top 5 teams. They're 90th in strength of schedule. They do have an experienced quarterback. Sean Clifford is 2-1 against Michigan in his career. But J.J. McCarthy gets better and better. He's 5th in passing efficiency, leads the nation in completion percentage, completing 78% of his passes. I just think with McCarthy getting better and better at home, I like Michigan in the spot again. I probably would play Michigan if it wasn't an 11 o'clock game.
Yeah, well, you miss out on a lot of good Big Ten games because of 11 o'clock.
He's got his rules. I
sort of like Michigan too, Brown. J.J. McCarthy getting better. I like Ronnie Bell, but I'm concerned about Penn State. Can I give you a stat on Clifford?
Yeah, please.
Because
that's not who I'm about to talk about.
2019, Sean Clifford's breakout year, really, really good. Since then, Penn State is 16-11 overall, 10-10 in the Big Ten. If you take out the 2019 breakout season for Clifford, they've been a 500 team in the Big Ten with him in 2020, 2021, and they've got back to 500 with their start here.
Yeah, I still don't know what they are this year. I really don't.
There's actually a lot of push in Penn State fan circles that they may not be playing their best quarterback. That the freshman may be the future there.
Well,
they may
the
need
kid
to
that came into the Purdue game.
That's right. He may be the way to go. And I saw a story, I think it was Stuart Mandel, maybe on The Athletic, was pointing out how tough it is if you're James Franklin. Do you keep riding with Sean Clifford, or do you go and switch to the freshman? And he pointed out Scott Frost kept riding with Adrian Martinez.
Yeah.
And it ran him right out of a job. And Graham Mertz at Wisconsin, and it ran Paul Chryst right out of a job to be able to pull a somewhat productive quarterback out and go with the freshman is not easy to do. I mean, it's a little Jalen Hurts, Tua Tagovailoa, except Jalen had tremendous success.
Yeah, but that may speak more about the coach, though, because what has Adrian Martinez done since he couldn't be productive for Scott Frost?
Yeah, Kansas State's been really good.
He's been far more productive under Chris Kleiman, so maybe that's more of a commentary on Scott Frost than it is Adrian Martinez.
Yeah, possibly. I just think that Penn State running the football, they've been so up and down. Nick Singleton, Katron Allen,
Yep.
I mean, really good freshman running backs. But you look on the other side, Michigan's only allowing 81 yards per game on the ground.
Yeah, but
I just think everything in this game to me says Michigan.
Yeah, I want to flip around on that, though. And Penn State has not played a tough schedule. We've talked about that. But they're 5th in the nation against the run. And Blake Corum has been red hot these last 3 games. So I think I think that decides it, right? Can Penn State run it on Michigan? Can Michigan run it on Penn State? Who's got the real good rush defense that the numbers say they have?
By the way, that's the 10 commandments of Big Ten football all the way back since the
true.
beginning of
Yes.
time.
Good point.
Can one team run it and the other one stop the run? That's part of the pick 3. The other 2 games in mind we can talk about later, but NC State, Syracuse minus 3.5, Arkansas minus 1.5 at BYU. Nobody can go 3-0 in that pool. That's a tough pool there. We'll talk more in the pick 3 when we come back as we continue on. Part of our show today is being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. They'll help you get back in the game, LT.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about the injury to Bryce Young and whether or not he's going to play. And again, I'm going to reach out to Dr. Patterson and try to get him on to get a little light on that situation. But Precision, they want to remind you, if you're close to or if you've met your annual insurance deductible, your out-of-pocket costs could be significantly reduced. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics encourages you to see an orthopedic surgeon for that elective procedure to treat back pain, foot pain, hand pain, shoulder pain, and other joints. Make an appointment. Start saving today at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Hi, this is Alex Durant from the Better Business Bureau. Does your business believe in ethics? Is your business trustworthy? Do you hold your business to the highest standards? Does customer service reign supreme? After you've answered yes to all these questions, answer this. Are you BBB accredited? If not, why aren't you? BBB is a community of ethical, like-minded businesses and brands that believe ethics and values like trustworthiness play a vital role in the marketplace and in the success of their business. BBB accredited businesses voluntarily hold themselves to a higher standard, in turn making their communities a better place to live and work. The BBB torch was lit over 100 years ago by business owners like yourself to protect the public from the impact of fraud in the marketplace. Today, the torch is carried by businesses large and small who all believe that better businesses make better communities. Apply for BBB accreditation today by calling 205-558-2201. Mention promo code BETTERBIZ for a special offer for Next Round listeners and earn your sign of a better business.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
I'm Donald Trump, and I love Alabama. As many of you know, there are few issues facing our nation as important as election integrity and election fraud. This is why the people of the great state of Alabama must work together to make it easier to vote and harder to cheat. So get out, register to vote, and get a photo ID so you can make your voice heard and decide the future of our great country. Thank you.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Josh Heupel, Lane Kiffin, sound from those guys coming up in a little bit, and more from Nick Saban as we get ready for the big games this weekend happening with Alabama, Auburn, and around the country in what's a really good TV slate. I mean, other than Alabama, Tennessee, in that 2:30 window, you get Oklahoma State, TCU on ABC, Arkansas, BYU on ESPN at 2:30, and then a sneaky good game. I should have brought this up, and I didn't look at my own sheet. South Dakota State, North Dakota State's on ESPN Plus at 2:30 as well. And nobody will watch it, and it's a shame that that's not a Friday night game. That game would be a better Friday night game than any of the Friday night games we got tonight.
Yeah,
that's two of the better FCS teams in the country.
And they play, I think, for if I'm not mistaken on this, and I didn't do it in my tradition, there is a stone that used to mark the border between
North Dakota and South
North
Dakota?
Dakota and South Dakota, and they play for that actual stone. It
Wow.
might be a replica of it.
It's got to be a replica.
No,
I swear, Lance, I think it's the actual
Yeah,
stone.
but how would they get a hold of that? How would they give it to the university?
Because it was in some sort of
Museum
historical thing. Maybe it's a replica. I'll see if I can find it.
No. What was it's called? It's not the landmark game. What is it? It was something.
The land grant game.
I'm sure if Dunaway saw it in person, he would be like, "Man, that rock was not big enough."
Smaller than I thought.
Well, it's going to be small. I mean, you carry it around. The Dakota Marker, says Walker Hayes.
Yeah, no.
You stay fancy, dude.
Oh,
the Dakota Marker. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, the Dakota Marker. It's a trophy awarded to the winner of the annual football game. Now what I don't know is it is a replica. There you go, Lance.
Okay.
You're right. So it's a monument that marked the border, and this is a replica of it. But I've seen them award it before, and I thought, honest to goodness, it was the actual marker.
Yeah.
Like somebody just pulled it. I'm like, we don't know what to do with this. Well, let's play a football game for it.
If that was on tonight, I'd watch it. If that was playing in Brown's backyard tonight, I'd tell Brown to hush up, and I'd go back out
Brown,
and watch
hush
it.
up.
Let's do
There it is. Look at that. That's a good-looking trophy. Wow, you used to have barbed wire on it, Rockstar. They did not want the
Wow.
You stay over there.
I mean, it's a ratty job with the barbed wire too.
Safer.
Boy, John Dutton would fire his farmhands for that, wouldn't he?
I mean, why is the Dakota border safer than the southern border?
For the love. And that's like chicken barbed wire.
I do like that trophy. That's a good looking trophy.
That's a cool trophy. I like that idea.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, that's 2:30 on ESPN Plus.
Like a salt rock.
Well, let's do Rockstar's viewing menu on what he is watching tonight and over the weekend. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, and they've got a game week special every week. Get free 2023 calendar with any $75 purchase. Our 2023 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar highlights the rendered original art by Daniel A. Moore featuring Alabama National Championships. Included in this calendar is a removable free 8x10 fine art lithograph of The Legacy Begins. It's Moore's newest painting of Alabama's first national championship against the Washington Huskies back in the 1926 Rose Bowl. No code needed. Item will automatically appear in your cart after $75 has been added. The offer ends 10/16/22. You can shop now, danielmooreart.com.
Three things. First, on Hulu tonight, you got a new original called Rosalind, a comedic retelling of Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, told from the point of view of Romeo's jilted ex, Rosalind, the woman Romeo first claims to love before he falls for Juliet.
That's a creative idea.
You didn't know about Rosalind, did you?
I did
She's
not.
probably
I
upset.
thought you were going to tell me it was a documentary on Rosalind Carter. I was not going to watch that.
Okay. And then 9:45 on Epix, one that's turned into a meme that I've never seen from 1997, Face Off with Nick Cage and John Travolta.
I've seen it. I saw it at the theater when it came out, and then I watched it with Jack a couple of months ago. It's okay. I mean, a lot of people, John Woo was the director.
People love it. Like,
Yeah.
it keeps coming back and forth. I've never seen it.
And it got great. I thought both Cage and Travolta did a good job of playing each other, playing the other guy. It's just a little cheesy. But it got, I mean, the critics loved it too.
And finally, all great things. This is tough. All great things come to an end. You're not going to see another one after this tonight. In theaters, Halloween ends. Mike Myers and Jamie Lee Curtis. They'll never do another Halloween movie.
Jamie Lee Curtis has said she's 100% done. They will not talk her back down.
I'm sure.
She says in the trailer, hey, maybe I have to die to kill Michael Myers.
Well, you can always do a prequel to this one, but they say they'll never make it. This Halloween ends tonight.
Is there a chance that she dies and comes back to kill him?
Michelle Myers?
Yeah.
I'll tell you, she's had a bad run, man. That's a long time. That goes back to 77, doesn't it?
Yeah, he keeps coming back. He can't kill the dude.
I mean, hell. I would assume that Laurel went to see it at midnight last night. Is that fair?
I think so, too. And also, I was asking Lunsford about this earlier. It's on Peacock right now in advance. So I'm curious how streaming networks are dealing with that. If you want to make big bucks, why are you releasing it on Peacock the night before?
Yeah, that doesn't seem right.
So
that's what Rockstar is watching tonight, brought to you by our friends at New Life.
Yeah, again, New Life, get a free 2023 calendar with any $75 purchase. It's the Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar. You can shop now, danielmooreart.com.
Royal Payne says, tell Dunaway if you want the biggest letdown ever, go to Plymouth Rock. From the build-up in elementary school to where is it to that's it?
Yeah.
I've heard Plymouth Rock is small.
I have not. I need pictures. I have not been to Plymouth Rock.
Plymouth Rock is just...
it's a rock.
Yeah, it's basically laying in a little shallow bed of water with a chain over it, right?
They have to chain it down. My gosh, that is small, Rockstar. That's not Plymouth Rock.
Well, Brown, of course it is.
I thought it was still kind of...
So when the Mayflower got right there, they were like, "My gosh, look at that rock! We have made it, people.
The promised land.
We are in the free world."
Well, I mean, they had been at sea for how long and dying of dysentery? I just assume it's like going on the Oregon Trail.
Yeah, quite a while.
Yeah, they'd been out there. So anything that they could stand on ground, they were pretty fired up about, I assume.
Is that a rock? It is.
Hey, Rockstar, I'm going to need you to get down there and rake that sand around the rock again.
It is well kept.
Yeah.
Like a bunker. Look like I'm playing out of a bunker right there.
Look how we secured it. Just you try to steal this thing.
Try. You're not going to be able to pick up that rock.
Be heavy.
I mean, it's bigger than it looks.
Look at the girl in scale.
Yeah, look at the women that's standing beside
Well,
her.
I'm just saying, why were they so excited? Why were the Pilgrims so excited about that?
Because it was finally land. I think they had screwed up so badly, thinking they'd get there a lot faster.
Yeah, so they would have taken anything.
And to be honest with you, they
even
probably
Massachusetts.
Yeah, they probably started telling stories, Brown, onto the ship like, God, do you think really the world's flat? Are we about to just go off into an abyss?
Wait a minute, there's a rock.
There's a rock. I'm getting out here. You guys can keep going if you want to, but I'm going to get off this boat.
This rock's all I ever wanted.
Yeah. So there you go. That's Plymouth Rock. Smaller than I expected, as always on this show. All right, back to college football we go after Rockstar's viewing menu there. Back to our Pick 3 brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings. NC State Syracuse is where we left off. This is being played up as a really big game in the country. NC State without Devin Leary, though, is a big concern. Syracuse has been playing really good football. I don't buy into Syracuse. So why am I not believing in 5-0 Syracuse?
I don't know. You need to. Syracuse is pretty good. You look at Garrett Schrader, the Mississippi State transfer. He's completing over 70% of his passes. He's only turned the football over one time. They've got a veteran defense. They've got balance on offense with Sean Tucker running the football. They haven't been 6-0 to start a season since 1987. I think that was the year they played Auburn in the Sugar Bowl.
If you, Dick McPherson's teams back in the day, right? If you are not a believer in Clemson, in Syracuse, you're about to know everything you need to know about them. Their next three are NC State, Clemson, Notre Dame. So you'll find out what this team is over the next 3 weeks.
And I think NC State's got some issues at quarterback right now with Devin Leary. He's not 100%. He came out of the Florida State game in the second half.
Is he going to play?
I think he's doubtful right now. So I think that's another one of these keys. And since the start of 2019, NC State 4-13 on the road against the number. So not good in these spots.
I'm with you, though. They squeak past Purdue. They squeak past Virginia. I'm not a Syracuse believer.
I like Syracuse.
Marking NC State off my list. Marking Syracuse off.
Not a Syracuse
Not going to
believer.
play that game. Garrett Schrader, though, being part of the run attack, not surprising. Remember, he was at Mississippi State, recruited there to be in the Dak Prescott mold. And he's found an offense that is working for him now at Syracuse. My other game is Arkansas at BYU. KJ Jefferson expected to be back for Arkansas. That changes things. If you're BYU, you're disappointed where you are in this season now. This is one of those games for both of these teams, Arkansas and BYU. Loser of this game, the season goes really, I think, off the rails of where they thought it was going to be.
Well, I didn't see this coming. I never would have thought that neither one of these teams would be ranked in the middle of October when they topped out at 10 and 12, respectively, earlier this season.
This would have been a sexy game day pick, day location back in the summer. You'd be like, I know Alabama, Tennessee's out there, Michigan, Penn State, but I bet Arkansas, BYU is where game day is going to be.
Both quarterbacks are back and healthy in KJ Jefferson and Jaron Hall, so you've got good quarterback play. Arkansas, again, I'll bring it up. They lost 3 consecutive games last year, still finished up 9-3 in the regular season. So Arkansas can get this back on track. I tend to agree with you. Second trip to the Rockies in the last 5 seasons for Arkansas. Do you guys remember the last time they were in the Rocky Mountains?
I think they went and played Colorado State.
I was going to say they played in Fort Collins, I thought.
And they lost that game.
Yeah. This is this BYU, Lance, the defense has been a little bit leaky. And now their offense hasn't been dynamic, but that defense has given up some points. So I think if I'm an Arkansas fan, I feel like my offense can get a little right in this game.
Tough game. I think I'm staying away from that game.
Yeah, I got no clue how to play this one.
More of the Buffalo Wild Wings pick 3 in just a second. We'll do Brown's pool as well. Includes Auburn, Ole Miss, USC, Utah, and Arizona and Washington. But first, let me remind you that we've got basketball here tonight in the great state of Alabama, in the magic city of Birmingham. The Squadron playing host to an NBA preseason game, Pelicans and Hawks. Now, they announced last night This game's officially sold out
Sold
tonight
out.
at a Legacy Arena, 7 o'clock, so no more tickets available, but you can still go downtown and enjoy the atmosphere because the Squadron's hosting a tip-off party before the game starting at 4 o'clock at the City Walk right outside of Legacy Arena. We were down there yesterday. That's where we parked for our Bud Light game night, and a beautiful location down there. Got pickleball courts. You see all those?
I did not.
Oh,
no.
They were built right under the interstate.
Yeah.
They had like 6 of those. They have pickleballs everywhere right now. So the Squadron tip-off party before the big NBA game tonight, 4 o'clock at City Walk, right outside of Legacy Arena. They'll have food, drinks, live entertainment, the Pelicans hype team, mascots, and a DJ on site there. Should be a lot of fun. And throughout the season, for Squadron basketball season tickets, just go to BirminghamSquadron.com, BirminghamSquadron.com, or to Ticketmaster. All right, back to college football in Brown's pool with 3 big games there. We've already talked about USC, Utah, a little about Auburn and Ole Miss. Arizona and Washington is the other game in Brown's pool there. And this Washington team, which I didn't buy into a couple of weeks ago.
And you were right.
Starting to look like they are not the team we thought they were when they went to play UCLA. This Arizona team beats them, I think.
I don't know if they beat them.
I'll say it again. This Arizona team beats them, I think.
Yeah, but I do think your concerns about Washington are warranted. I think I was on the wrong side of that. I thought they were a better team, and that loss at Arizona State, Lance, they've given up 40 and 45 in the last 2 losses.
I'm getting 14.5 in this game with Arizona.
Yeah, Kalen DeBoer's defense is just not playing right now.
Yeah, but watching Arizona against Oregon last week, their defense is awful. And that's one of the reasons this number is so high as far as the total. I think it sits at 73. I'm trying to get an updated one. Anytime you've got a total in the 70s, you can expect a track meet.
Yeah, a lot of points. A lot of people think Alabama-Tennessee is going to be a track meet.
Yeah,
I kind of do too. Number. Yeah, I don't think it'll be quite as high as the one Lance is talking about, but I think the winner in that game I think Alabama could get in the 50s in that game if Bryce Young is somewhere close to healthy.
I like Brown's pool there. If I was playing the Buffalo Wild Wings pick 3, I think I'd like my picks on Auburn, Ole Miss, USC, Utah, and Arizona and Washington. You can go play any of the pools there, 6 different choices to go, and you try to go 3-0 and get in the shot for the grand prizes at the end. We'll do that coming up rivalry weekend, so you need to have at least 1 ball in the bucket to get a shot to play there at the end of the year. All right, Buffalo Wild Wings brings us the pick 3 every day. You can play it at nextroundlive.com, Buffalo Wild Wings, all those great locations.
Yeah, again, 12 locations throughout the Birmingham Central area. Again, new locations in Chelsea and Oxford. The place to be for football Saturdays and Sundays, Buffalo Wild Wings. And remember, the takeout is available through the Buffalo Wild Wings app all weekend long.
Lane Kiffin has never beaten Auburn as a head coach. He talks about those losses to Auburn when we come back. And at the top of the hour at 11, we'll do everybody's favorite at-home game. It's Monday's headlines today, like the games have already been played. All that still ahead. Rockstar's Playhouse coming up at around 12:20 today. This is the next round.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate designed Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
And we're back with some breaking transfer news out of Tuscaloosa. Tyler Bigbie, the award-winning realtor we've been talking about for months, has moved his license to Keller Williams Tuscaloosa. Tyler can now service Baldwin and Jefferson County as well. Call Tyler Bigbie if you're looking to purchase a home this fall, 205-826-6476, or visit tylerbigby.kw.com. That's Bigbie, B-I-G-B-I-E.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com. Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Back with you on the next round of Fun Football Friday here as we continue to talk about the big games that we got coming up this weekend. You can be part of the conversation as well. 205-734-0923. 205-734-0923. In the next segment, we'll do our headlines. We'll also do 4 Downs coming up. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap will help you secure your home, that big investment with the leaves that are starting to leave the tree right now.
Yeah, leaves are starting to fall. You need to make the call to my good friend Chris Stewart today, 823-2212. You don't want to do the dirty, dangerous job that is cleaning out the gutters. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping that debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Right now, 45% off the retail price for the next round viewer and listener. GutterCapBirmingham.com or call Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212.
Couple of sound bites from the games coming up this weekend. We'll do 7 and then 6, Rockstar. Lane Kiffin first on Auburn and Ole Miss over in Oxford. Anybody considering Ole Miss right now as an SEC Western Division champion, as a team that can get to Atlanta?
I am not, no.
Not at What's keeping you guys from saying that?
Seeing them beat a quality opponent.
Yep.
Kentucky wasn't good enough for you?
Nope. And they should have lost that Kentucky game.
Kentucky just turned around and lost to South Carolina.
Okay.
I know their quarterback was out, but still.
Way to go, Brown. You've educated me for years on not connecting one game to another. You can't do this. You can't do that. Kentucky against South Carolina had nothing to do with Kentucky against Ole Miss.
Yeah, it does. It tells you how good Kentucky is.
I would be surprised if Ole Miss loses tomorrow.
but I wouldn't be surprised if Auburn gives them a scare.
I think Ole Miss can go 9-3, 10-2 again, which, again, if you're an Ole Miss fan, this is taking you to places Hugh Freeze had you with Lane Kiffin.
Here he is, actually better. They never had a 10-win regular season before. Lane had it last year, scaring it again this year. Lane Kiffin, though, has never beaten Auburn. He talked about that this week.
What stands out about the challenge whenever you guys are facing this team?
I just think they got really good players and, have given us problems. We haven't done really well offensively, in either game. So we got to worry about what we control, which is playing really well, and play a full game. Now we've showed we can do it backwards. Normally we were this first half team and don't play great fourth quarters, and we did the opposite this week. So the challenge is now to put it all together.
Lane Kiffin this week. I was at the game last year down at Jordan-Hare. It was an unbelievable atmosphere. Auburn won the football game. We talked about the stat yesterday. Since that win, it is 10-1 for Lane Kiffin. It is 3-8 for Brian Harsin.
Yeah,
that was
crazy.
That was the last good moment in the Brian Harsin time at Auburn.
That was a good win. There's no doubt. And I was doing an interview with Neil McCready, our buddy from over in Oxford, this week, and he said that this game is the one thing that Kiffin wants to overcome. Like, he understands he hasn't beaten Alabama, and while he would love to beat Nick Saban, that he's realistic and he gets it, right? I mean, they're them and Georgia are the best models going, but he feels like they have been a better team than Auburn at times, and they've lost this game. So what's the old saying? This is the one that's caught in his crawl or whatever, stuck in his crawl. That's this game right here for Lane Kiffin. It's like the hurdle he's got to jump.
It would be a terrible loss for Lane Kiffin.
There's no doubt. I mean, you're a 2-touchdown favorite over a team that is taking on water, talking about firing their coach, has been inept, especially in the second half on offense. If you can't win this one at home,
you're not going to get where you were just talking about. You're not going to get to Atlanta if you can't win this one at home, most likely. Still mathematically still alive as Auburn goes and plays Ole Miss. A storyline that we haven't really talked about all week, but more people are talking about it as we get closer to the game. And I guess we didn't talk about it that much because, John Samuel Schinker was on our show, and we don't really play a lot of other sound bites from other Auburn players during the week because, we get a one-on-one interview with John Samuel Schinker every week, captain of the team. And he was with us this week. And then after he was with us, it started to come out that Auburn players were not available this week. What do you make of that?
I don't know. A lot of people, because that announcement came down, they were supposed to be made available Wednesday. And I can't remember when Scott sent us that. Was it Monday or Tuesday?
Turn Forrester's microphone on. Update us on that. I mean, Forrester handles all the media releases from all the schools for us. Forrester, when did that come down to you?
I think Auburn sent that out on Tuesday afternoon that there wasn't going to be any availability on Wednesday.
And it was after Harsin had already met with the media, so a lot of people were trying to connect dots and like, he's about to get fired. They don't want to put the players through that. But that didn't make sense. You just let him meet with the media. So I don't think that made sense.
Yeah, none of it makes sense. Yeah. Because really, what would you be trying to protect here?
I wonder if, real quick, I'm sorry, Rockstar, but Forrester, I wonder, do you think it's connected to the Brandon Council thing that kind of went viral before the Georgia game? Surely not.
I don't know. That's definitely a theory I've heard. He ran his mouth last week, so they shut it all down.
And thankfully, thankfully the Georgia players were sharing the video from our show.
Yeah,
yes, we appreciate that.
I would, I've been around this a long, long time. One player makes a comment, you pull that player out from the
you would shut down all the players. Yeah. I don't know what this is.
It's a weird thing, but if you were a conspiracy theorist. Let me just throw one scenario out for you.
All right, please do.
This is not fact. I'll say this up front. Not a report. No sources have told me this. This is just how it could play out.
All right.
If Brian Harsin had been told this was his last game, that he would, coach this week, if he knew that this was the week, and he has told the players, hey, this is our last ride together. Let's go prepare. Let's have a good time. Let's go coach this up, and we'll see what happens when we get back from Oxford.
If I'm trying to piece that together, he is on Twitter today celebrating another Auburn commitment. That doesn't coincide with that. It doesn't. I mean, Lance, would you be? Like if you had been told, Hey, today's your last show.
No, I wouldn't do the last. In fact, I think we had that choice.
That's a good point.
We chose to not do the last show.
But we didn't get $18.5 million.
That's true. That's a good point.
I'm still smiling. I'm almost to the point like Harsin is a competitor, no doubt, but it's almost like he's ready to be done with this. At least that's the way it looks.
But if the school had told me, hey, this is it for you, we're gonna part ways after the Ole Miss game during the bye week, I don't think I'm tweeting out celebrating a commitment to Auburn.
I am if they've told me also you're getting your 18.5.
You'd still tweet it out?
Yeah, I'm an Auburn guy now, through and through.
I'm an
Auburn man.
Yeah, WDE, baby.
Yeah, if you guys wondered what the price was to make LT an Auburn guy and get him to every Auburn home game, it's $18.5 million.
No, it's a lot less than that.
It's a lot less than that. It's just it's an odd thing to be happening at this point in time, but it's just player interviews. It's not that big a deal.
By and large, I have found when situations like this occur, we read way too much into those situations. Coaches announce press conferences, change press conference times, things like that. Those generally are not indicative of anything.
Can I tell you what I really think it is? Turn Forrester's mic on. Forrester, you tell me if you think this is true or not. What I really think it is that, shockingly, players go to class, right? So road game, it's midterms, I believe, at Auburn this week. You have extra exams and stuff going on. The players who are available, not available to meet the media during the assigned time, so there's no player availability this week. They have the fall break next week, rodeo concert next week.
I thought fall break was this past week.
Well, they did have fall break this past week. It's bye week next week, rodeo concert. Everybody's getting ready for the big party, Brown. So no availability. That's what I'm saying.
Was that, Scott, do you think that?
That one's worse than the other one, isn't it, Scott?
That's probably a little worse than the other one.
Yeah, I can tell you what happened there, Scott. Jim got halfway through that one. He's like, boy, I don't like this at all.
He bailed on his.
Yeah.
The fall break was last
Do
week.
you think I know once you get to the professional ranks and once you do what we do long enough, you feel like it's obligatory to actually do an interview. But do you think these kids like doing interviews? Because I think it's obviously good for them.
I think they like it when things are going well. I think it's tough. Do you think John Samuel Schinker, as losses start to pile up, is going to look forward to our interview each week? I
was going to say
he's getting paid for that.
They look forward to the ones they're getting paid for. Yeah.
We're paying him to do it, but
there are things occasionally, rarely.
What happened to those NILs?
What do you mean?
If you have a deal like with us, I know that release didn't go out until after we interviewed.
No, he would have done us.
Yeah. That was just to meet the media.
Okay.
It was not like
But go ahead, Donald.
Yeah, I mean, occasionally, it rarely happens, but occasionally there are certain things that we are getting paid for that we, even on the way getting paid for, we're not really excited about doing it.
Yeah.
So, if it's a bad situation, they're not going to be looking forward to the interviews.
As an 18 or 19-year-old, I think it would have been kind of cool to be interviewed.
Yeah, but Dunaway, to your point, a lot of it is going to be questions about Brian Harsin. They've answered that question 100 times. And
what can they say?
Well, what more can I say here? Yeah.
Much like Ron Rivera on Daniel Snyder. I'm not Daniel Snyder. I don't know anything about that. I'm the football coach.
What more can I say?
Yeah. The players, what can I say about Brian Harsin? He's my coach. I don't make those decisions. They can't say a whole lot. Johnston RV Center brings you everyone on our hotline. Henry Toa, the Alabama linebacker, earlier. Tyler Watts joins us in studio later. Johnston RV getting you out to see America in 2023.
They are also clearing out those 2022s to make room for those 23s, Dunaway. That means things like that Clipper 17 FQS. It features camping made easy package, a large fridge, bigger than what Lincoln Riley has, power awning, Bluetooth stereo system, much, much more. And it's ample space, only at 3,300 pounds. You can get that for $179 a month with 10% down and approved credit. That's at Johnston RV Center, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Exit 334 in Decatur, always online, johnstonrvcenter.com.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. 4.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Maybe if we got time a little bit later on this segment, we'll do Friday headlines today. If not, we'll push that a little bit deeper into the show as we roll on today. Always fun. Halfway through the show, Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar Forrester Lunsford, Taylor, the social media director, handling it remotely today, and everyone else who's up here at Double Down Media. Tyler, the intern, back there on the floor, working in the The merch store back there.
The warehouse.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a warehouse.
The old merch store. Hey, by the way, we've got a special deal riding right now, and this is for everyone, right? If you go to nextround.store, you buy one, get 50% off. Is that what we're doing?
That's right. When you use code BROWN at checkout, you get 50% off this weekend. Code BROWN at checkout, nextround.store. Buy one, get 50% off when you use code BROWN at checkout.
And as I recommended you use code Lance or code Brown or code Rockstar because I've had a great life. I don't need to beg and grovel like Brown is doing there.
You only do that for lanceslock.com.
But
if you notice the pick 3, I don't know if he thinks we're going to win something. My pick 3 is so difficult. I don't think anybody can get it. How many times did you say that?
But lanceslock.com, if you want to play the plays, promo code Jim.
2-0 last night, by the way.
You'll grovel all day there.
JIM, Jim, lanceslock.com.
Mailbox money done away.
That is mailbox money.
I don't know how
there.
Brown didn't get out on that.
So I'm not for sale.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna panhandle like Dunaway is. Dunaway's a panhandler. I'm not gonna panhandle here.
Can
on the
I
show.
just show you? Because once a month, Harry's hitting my Venmo with that mailbox money from promo code Jim at lanceslock.com.
This is awful fishy right here. I'm glad we've got this recorded.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, it's my second largest income now, just ahead of Maggie.
How much? How much are you spending on this advertisement here on our show for your code Jim? Have you made an ad buy?
Nextround.store and go use the promo code Rockstar, Lance, or Jim right there. I mean, and Brown right there at nextround.store. Fun Friday here. Phone calls coming up after LT tells us about our friends at Buzzed, BUZD, Buzz.
Here is the app that you need to download. Good looking app right there, BUZD. Fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience stores. Buzz combines the best of service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama and first of its kind service. Found on your app store, again, BUZD. Use the code NEXTROUND, 15% off your first order. Highly recommend using these guys this weekend. They can deliver the Delta 8. They've got the cannabis, a huge selection of that right now at BUZD, that app. Also, any kind of alcohol, tobacco. They're adding inventory constantly from downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everything in between. We bring the buzz to you. Get buzzed, BUZD.
All right. Speaking of buzzed, Jeff and Aniston is next with us. Hey, Jeff, how are you?
Hey, man, Yakmala. Let me ask y'all quick. What would you say is your favorite police TV show of all time?
Law and Order for me.
The Shield for me.
Would you say The Shield. Does The Wire count, Lance? I thought you would say The Wire.
Yeah, if we go I would go The Wire over The Shield, but The Shield was really, really good.
That first episode is one of the best episodes of all time.
And I thought Justified was good.
So Justified and Shield were network TV shows, and you like both of those.
Yeah, Justified, it was a guilty pleasure. I mean, it goes back to Yellowstone. I mean, how many people can actually get killed in a small community like that? But I would highly recommend it. I mean, Timothy Olyphant in that role is really good.
Yeah, I like it. And I guess my second one would probably be Columbo, and then probably after that would be Carter Country. Not just kidding about the Carter Country.
I thought NYPD Blue way back in the day was really good. It was so edgy.
Do you remember? So it was Dennis Fran's butt that showed.
Yeah,
and that was a huge controversy.
We didn't have it in market. They took it out of Birmingham.
Yeah, 3340 wouldn't show it because Dennis Fran's bare butt was on there.
That's so funny.
It is.
More amazing physical transformation, Michael Jackson back in the day or Madonna now?
I haven't seen Madonna lately.
Oh, my God.
I mean,
she was on, was it, Fallon the other night?
Michael Jackson became a white dude. I mean, what has Madonna done?
Yeah.
She looks alien.
Unless she's got junk now.
She might. She looks alien now. She really does. She don't look right.
Really?
She looks kind of like almost, y'all know that one woman that's kind of tried to make herself look like a lion?
No, but we got something going up in trash. Just wait on it.
Yeah. Which one's Madonna, Rockstar, other than the circle?
Sad. All three.
All three are Madonna?
Yes.
No, it's impossible.
Nope.
The one with the pink hair is Madonna?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the freaky one I'm talking about.
Looks like Courtney Love, kind of.
Yeah.
It's rough.
She had a lot of plastic, huh?
And she got rid of her eyebrows, like
Yeah.
Dunaway did.
Clips for earrings.
That's bizarre.
I like the one in the circle.
I like the one in the
What
circle,
happened to her
too.
mole? What happened to her mole on her
know.
lip? Is it up on top of her head now? Or?
I had no idea.
I don't know.
And-
She's got some chicken arm, too, which is really surprising.
She looks weird. She don't look right. Somebody needs to talk to her.
You don't look right.
I was told to talk to you.
She's still holding up at Bustier pretty good with the pink hair, though.
She's still a virgin, too, right, Jeff?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
She never
Many
said
times
she
over.
was. She said like.
And am I really the only one that sees some? If Tom Arnold lived a clean life, Buster Olney, that's what Tom Arnold would look like.
That's pretty
Buster
good.
Olney.
Yeah, I can see that. Now that you mention it. Well, Buster's in those glasses, his new glasses. I think that helps.
Yeah, I bet Buster has a glass of milk before he goes to bed every night. And we're talking about people wearing pajamas. If I had to guess somebody that wears pajamas that's one of our guests, I would go Buster Olney.
A little bit of that.
Little Willie Mays on it.
Yeah,
All
probably.
over.
Yeah, he's got all 30 teams on his sheets.
I did get cracked up at Buster yesterday. Lance brought up the goose in the outfield. No, or somebody brought up the goose in the outfield, and he was like, yeah, man, growing up with a farm, you could tell that goose wasn't right. And I'm like, well, I
couldn't
had
tell
no
that.
idea.
Yeah.
It didn't look right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's an L.A. goose. What do you
Yeah,
expect?
I think it was lost.
It probably had a cigarette in his pocket.
Yeah, you saw what that living did to Madonna.
You guys make it sound like Buster has like 50 bobblehead dolls and he touches every one of them before he goes to sleep.
I can see that.
Good night,
Why he
Cesar
doesn't
Geronimo.
Yeah.
Good night, King Griffey Jr.
Buster was the guy that jerked off to Sports Illustrated back in the day.
Seems like that was a step too far right there.
There you go,
I think
Jeff.
we had done enough.
Let's not start casting stones now.
Yes, I think we had done enough.
All right, and is anybody there, including y'all in front of it or behind it, referred to y'all as the talent?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been that. It's always uncomfortable to me. Back in the TV days, that's the way it was referred to. I mean, even in company emails and in meetings, it'd be like, all right, the photographers and producers, you need to go to this meeting. The talent goes to this meeting, and I'd be like, I mean, what do you think the photographers are when they're shooting great video? They're talented.
Yeah, we don't get it here. I think we're such a tight-knit group. Like when we worked for a major corporation, we would get those emails.
Yeah.
Still get them from like agency buys.
Yeah, I think, too, all of our contracts back when we were with Cumulus referred to us by name, but then called it talent after that. Yeah.
Would later be referred to in this document as talent.
It's talent. Yeah.
That is so wild. All right, if I go to hell, and it's probably trending that way now. And
Well, Jeff, you can turn that around at any moment.
Well, knowing me, I'm pretty consistent. And they had a rule where, they do what they do to you and stuff, but you get 1 month a year to come back to the living. I think I'd take October.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of great months, but
Me too.
What would be y'all's?
What a weird way of saying you love October.
Yeah, that's my favorite month, so I agree with you.
So you're saying, and this could be a poll question, Brown, if we want to type it up somehow, but if you've got to spend 11 months a year in hell and you get 1 month out, which month do you get out? You would choose, and you would choose October?
I probably would because you got football. I mean, I'd love, a good summer beach vacation for a month. Ironically, when you would leave October, it would be Halloween to go back to the abyss or hell, as you
That's
call it.
true, yeah. I'm going to say if you're spending 11 months in hell, any month's going to be a good relief.
Yeah. And really, do you want to go sit in that 38 sun, though, after leaving
No,
hell?
that's true.
You may want to go to the mountains.
All right. Which conference championship game is most likely to have both teams with 1 loss or less?
Big 12.
1 loss or less?
Oh, 1 loss or less.
That's
I'm sorry.
SEC.
Excuse me. SEC.
Yeah. I'd say SEC.
After that.
With both teams?
And Big
Yeah.
Ten. No,
not Big Ten. Not coming out of that other division.
Yeah.
Pac-12 has no division, so you'd have a shot there. But I just,
Yeah, I'm just going to say the SEC is the only place.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to have 2 in the Big Ten. You're not going to have 2 in the ACC.
Big 12's too balanced.
Yeah, you'll be lucky to have 1 team with 1 loss in the
Big 12.
In the Big 12.
That's what I thought he was asking him first.
And
That's why I
the
said that.
Pac-12 would be my next choice if it's if USC is unbeaten and then either Oregon or UCLA is 1 loss.
Well, North Carolina's already got that loss. Yeah, I was going to say North Carolina's leading that other division in the ACC, but they don't have a back-breaking schedule left.
Tough game this weekend, though.
What, at Duke?
Yeah.
It's
Well,
not,
NC
it's not
State
basketball
still
season.
just have one, don't they? Does NC State still have one?
Yeah, but NC State's in the other division. They're in Clemson's division.
Yeah, they've already lost to
that's
Clemson.
true.
And by the way, Clemson locks up their division if they beat Florida State this week. Not mathematically. They got nobody
Hey,
after this.
By the way,
Nobody.
do you know who is by half a game in second place in the Coastal? Is Georgia Tech.
Yeah,
Think about that.
Brent Key coaching for that job right now.
Yeah, he's got them second in their division after they fired their coach.
Okay, how many conference championships will have both teams in the top 10?
SEC. It won't be the Big Ten.
I think the Big 12.
I mean, if there's chaos in the Big 12, maybe not.
Yeah, a lot of ranked teams right now.
Yeah, in the top 10 though. I mean, I would say SEC is it.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. Which Power 5 conference is most likely to have neither team in the top 10?
Pac-12.
Yeah, no, the Big 12 probably is the guess there because it could be. You could get there with, possibly 3-loss Texas playing this thing.
I think the Big 12. I think everybody just ends up beating up on each other.
Excuse me, I was taking a sip of coffee. Is there any
so
Power
put that on
5?
things we know about Jeff Rockstar. We're keeping a sheet now. Coffee drinker.
Likes coffee.
You ever put anything in your coffee? Irish whiskey?
Sweetener? Oh, no. No, usually not. Not in case unless I'm going to be outside or something. Just to keep it warm, Is there any Power 5 conference championships where one of the teams is not in the top 20?
I could see it in the ACC. I mean, somebody's got to come out of that other division, and I just said North Carolina's got a manageable schedule, but if it goes the other way for North Carolina, and if Lance is right, if they lose at Duke, it's going to start going the other way.
Well, in the Big Ten West, too.
Yeah.
North Carolina currently unranked, 26th in my ranking here.
Yeah. Nobody's ranked in that other division in the Coastal, and in the Big Ten, only Illinois is ranked out of the West, and they're 24th.
And they probably lose this weekend.
Don't jump the gun. I'm coming to that.
Okay.
All right, real quick, before I do the picks, rank the Power 5 conferences now as you see them.
I will go SEC, Big 10,
Big 12,
Big 12,
Pac-12.
Pac-12, ACC.
But when you say that, how are you saying that?
I'm basically
few people
saying
are better than Ohio State at the top.
I'm basically saying the top 5 teams in each conference. That's how I would rank it. Who are the best 5 teams in each conference?
I actually think Big 12 might be better than Big 10.
Maybe. I'm starting to think that, too, because I know we've got an elite in Ohio State.
Michigan,
I think
Penn State.
Michigan's there. I don't believe in Penn State. We'll see a lot more this weekend. And outside of that, what do you got?
But you believe in Penn State as much as you believe in Kansas, don't you? And Kansas would be in that discussion of the Big 12.
Oh, I think the Big 12 is more like Texas, Oklahoma State, TCU, but Kansas State. I would have said Baylor until last night.
Not a lot of difference between Kansas State and Minnesota for me, or whoever's fourth in the Big 12 and Minnesota for me.
All right, pick straight up. Last week, Dunaway 4-2, Brown 3-3. I went 2-4, and LT went 1-5.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. This is the only game I ever win, Jeff.
LT, me and you are getting crushed. I mean, I think Brown's up by
I
one.
do these on the fly, and these aren't my official picks, but
Yeah, I got you. And these are straight up, too. All right, first one, Penn State, Michigan.
Michigan.
I went Michigan, too. I thought.
By the way, for those that are playing that game, 3 offensive line injuries for Penn State. They're starting 5 offensive linemen from the August camp to now, not the same group.
Hey, so we're just doing straight up here. We're not doing numbers?
Right.
Okay.
Just straight up.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
All right,
probably what changes it.
Arkansas, BYU.
Oof, tough.
Yeah,
Man,
tough game. I'm
going to go BYU.
I'm going to take Arkansas in this one.
That's a tough one.
I think I'm going to take BYU.
I went Arkansas. Oklahoma State, TCU.
I'll go first as to not impact these other guys or them think I'm following their lead. Oklahoma State wins this game. They cover. They win the game outright.
Wow.
Rockstar, I don't need them, those points.
You don't need those
I think I'm going to
points.
take TCU.
So
I think it's going to be a
ridiculous.
really good game. I'm pulling for Oklahoma State because I own them as one of my 10 teams, but I think TCU probably.
I'm going to go TCU as well.
I went TCU too. Brown, why is Dunaway trying to take your thing there?
Because Jim loves to copy. No, he's the most unoriginal.
What that is
anything he sees that's good,
any
he tries to
report
copy
in,
for the
in
show.
high school, he went verbatim.
Right. But he gets pissed if anybody does it to us.
No, I am. It's a compliment right there for Brown that segment has grown so good that we can spoof it Saturday Night Live style.
By the way, if I win this week, well, no, I'm not going to say that. Go ahead.
I'm 3-2.
No. If I win this week, I'm 5-1.
Hey, go back to your shot, Rockstar. Hold for a second, Jeff. Chad says, "Oh, look at Tyler, the intern, building a play fort with boxes."
Sit back down, Tyler. Sit back down.
He was sitting
Indian
Indian style.
Looks like he's building a fort.
Yeah. You guys can't see the shackle we have around his right leg, keeping him to the radiator back there.
He gets 2 M&Ms per box.
All right, let's go LSU, Florida.
I like LSU.
In this football game, I like the Florida Gators.
Is that in Gainesville?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll go Florida.
I went Florida too.
And a little side note on why I like Florida in this one. Billy Napier probably should have been the choice to be the head coach at LSU, but they were able to get Brian Kelly, which I think surprised everybody. So they didn't get Billy Napier, who now is making half the amount of money at Florida to have a job equal to LSU. He's going to have a little axe to grind. I like Billy Napier having his boys fired up for this one.
Oh, yeah. How many touchdowns are you going to throw?
He's not going to throw any, but he's going to call the plays, man. He's going to coach them up.
USC, Utah.
Utah.
That's USC.
I went USC.
Not buying the hype on Utah.
I hope you guys are right.
I'm not either. I think USC is going to keep pouring it on, and Utah let me down against UCLA. Last one, Minnesota, Illinois.
Minnesota.
This is all Minnesota. Illinois is a little overrated. In this game, arrested Muhammad Ibrahim for Minnesota coming back in this contest. I like Minnesota to win the game.
Who's the best in the Big Ten against the rush and third in the nation is Illinois. So that's an interesting matchup there.
Yeah, and Chase Brown leads the nation in rushing on the other side for Illinois.
Yeah,
both teams are really good against the rush.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go Illini in this one. I'll take Illinois.
This could be a 9-6 or
could be
type of game here.
Total's 38, and these teams are only giving up. I think Minnesota's giving up 8.8 per game, and Illinois is only giving up 8 points per game.
Incredible. I know. I went Minnesota too. Thanks a lot, guys.
All right, thank you. That is going to be the rare game where the network has to fill time. That game is going to finish so quickly. They're going to fill time before the next game.
We'll give you bonus coverage now on the Big Ten Network.
We are not used to being done early here.
Penn State soccer is in the final minutes there. Let's take that. All right, that's Jeff's call there, brought to you today by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. If you're looking for a way to make sure your roof is just right this holiday season, just in time for the cold weather, Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing can give it a free, no-cost inspection. That's right, free, no-cost inspection. All you have to do is call Storm Restoration Roofing and Greg Nelson, and he will set up an appointment, jump on your roof, and make sure everything is ready to go for this winter season that is on the way. The phone number to call is real easy, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, the best warranties in the business, and insurance companies trust Greg because he's been doing it for over 20 years, and he's so trustworthy that they love him. If Greg says it, they usually say yes. That helps you out. Free no-cost roof inspection. He'll also pressure wash your roof and just do about anything, including storm damage. He'll take care of that as well. 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531, or just look him up, Greg from Pell City, on Facebook. All right, trash in the next segment, but right now it's time to do our Baumhauer Spotlight. And on this day, we do Monday's headlines today, as if the games have already been played, and they can get out there a little bit. Rockstar, hit the big button.
The Baumhauer Spotlight.
Like the game's already been played. Monday's headlines today.
And it's brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer.
Bob Baumhauer delivered Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things right there on the strip of Tuscaloosa. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Help them celebrate 40 years. Get into one of those locations this weekend. Watch some football with all the fine folks at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
To help you out, Rockstar, we will go my headline, Brown's headline, Lance's headline, and your headline in that order.
Okay.
All right, so we'll start with my headline today, brought to you by Baumhauer's. I'm going to keep it local and just a very generic newspaper.
Did the newspaper come?
The newspaper did come. Yep. Runaway McBride, nation's #1 rusher, can't be tied down.
I like it.
That's Dwayne McBride of UAB is the runaway McBride. Right now, he is the nation's #1 rusher, 160.2 yards per game. He's gone over 100 yards in every game this year, and he has a rushing touchdown in 11 straight UAB games. Runaway McBride, nation's #1 rusher, can't be tied down is my headline this week.
What happened to your other one? You had a good one.
He got a little too scared.
Gosh. That was too far out there.
I'll use it next week, man.
Yeah,
it was a cross between religion and Auburn football. It's a gap too wide for me to cross.
All right. My headline comes from the Knoxville News Sentinel. Knoxville area hooker found tied and beaten.
Jeez, what happened to him?
He found the tide, and he was beaten, Rockstar. Okay. Now, we've got some other headlines, too. Look at that. A Birmingham man was stranded at a mountain cabin due to Uber's refusal to come get him. And a Birmingham man threatens to clear out a local sports bar because they only got one game on the TVs. Yeah. Both those things happen in Knoxville.
Wow.
Day of the game.
Where am I going to be?
Knoxville, Birmingham man.
You're a Birmingham man.
Watch out for that Birmingham man.
Knoxville area hooker found tied and beaten.
I like that one.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hope it doesn't happen, though. Well, I hope it happens to that hooker.
To that hooker, yes. Clearly.
Here's mine, the State Explainer. Cougars celebrate, Beavers getting pounded. It's too easy. Low-hanging fruit, fellas. Cougars celebrate, Beavers getting pounded.
Where's the State Explainer?
It's in Washington.
Oh, okay.
That Cougar's flying out of there. I had a second one Rockstar wouldn't let me go to. Do you want my second one?
Just a second. I love that. Newspapername.com.
Good. It's good. It's published weekly.
Newspapername.com.
Sometimes you got to be quick, guys. Sometimes you got to be quick.
That's a hell of a headline, though.
You didn't fill in all the gaps, did you, Rockstar?
Rockstar, are they getting them to you on Wednesday like they said they would?
Nobody gets me on Wednesday. I don't think I've ever had it on a Wednesday.
That looks like a beaver that reeks right there.
Hey, do I make you do them on Friday?
No, you attempted today. You did. You gave it to me and you said, well, it'd look better if you did it or something like that. You said something.
No, I was just letting you know mine was not going to look as good as yours. But as I look at this one, mine actually did. Wait, LT's got another one. What is it?
Sooners back on track after speed bagging Jayhawks beat.
Jeez.
It's a very long headline. Oklahoma wins that game?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I can't tell.
They beat up the Jayhawks beat.
All right. He's a starting quarterback, by the way.
All right, here's Rockstars.
Red-headed Stetson struggles again. Game turns into the Vandy Griffin show.
Look.
Photoshop.
Stetson Opie Taylor there sitting on the front porch. Ush is going to love that one.
The Vanderbilt voice. Hey, local weather on page 3. Does anybody read the weather in the paper anymore?
I mean, do they do a paper still?
The Vandy Griffin show. I like that one, Rockstar.
That's a collector's item. Volume 1, issue 1.
Yeah, newspapername.com is on the place you need to go.
Yep.
Rockstar, thank you, man.
Go back to, let's see. It's not all...
Newspaper.
Newspaper.
Yes.
On top of a blank paper.
That's what you would like to call stock photo. Stock photo. All right. Runaway McBride's a little crooked, too. I didn't have the paper in there lined up exactly right when I was printing it.
It's running away from the paper.
That's right. It's motion headlines.
I mean, you do it 5 minutes before the show, Rockstar, and see how it looks.
That's right. Get off my back, Rocky. I didn't make you do it. Brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
And you only had time for one today. I'm going to submit my... You want it on Monday now?
Oh, we said Wednesday, but nobody's ever followed through.
I do my own. Don't throw me in this group.
Nobody's ever followed through on the Wednesday.
Go ahead and just figure out who the Cougars or Beavers are playing next week. I mean, I'm not even sure if Washington State and Oregon State play each other this week.
That was the best headline. Baumhauer. Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 81. Alabama hot chicken right now from Bob's own personal recipe. Now keeps it locked away. Baumhauer's is bringing you the newest and greatest featured item, fried southern fried chicken breast smothered in that tangy blend of herbs, spices, honey, apple cider vinegar with a spicy finish, served up with a side of the homemade smoked Gouda cheese grits, Miss Mary's southern greens, and garlic bread. Get it today at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville. Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Yeah, I would have packed it up and headed to the house.
There's only one person he wants to talk to.
Trash is coming up right now, but this hour is brought to you by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and the crew bring you this hour every day, and they bring you the best tailgate food as well. Hand-cut chicken fingers in a big pan, easy to take to your tailgate, or you can get the Mississippi Delta tamales in one of those big silver pans and take that to your tailgate. They got Poor Boys fried chicken, all the great sides, specialty sweets that are made for Champy's Chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster for Sterling and his crew. Check them out, order in advance, or just go sit down in that beautiful, beautiful restaurant just off Highway 119 in Alabaster, champyschicken.com. All right, a lot more football coming up. Tyler Watson studio with us at the top of the hour. Still got 4 downs to do. Rockstar's got a Playhouse. I imagine Rockstar's not running around in the Playhouse this week after the injury last week.
No, not running around today.
Not running around today, but that's coming up live in about an hour. But right now it is time for Trash, brought to you by Mortgage Right.
I'm here with the winner, Derek Lewis. Derek, why'd you take your pants off? My balls was hot. I understand.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
I understand.
Yeah, I understand the best part.
I agree. You would think my balls was hot is the funniest part. No, I understand.
Our friends at Mortgage Right have a game-changing new offer that will shift the way you view home shopping. Put your best foot forward with our upfront underwriting program. Mortgage Right's team of underwriters will look over your application to determine how much home you can buy. They will issue a pre-approval letter, which will set you apart from other buyers. Prove to sellers that you mean business. Mortgage Right's upfront underwriting program will help you home shop with confidence, no hassle, no hang-ups, only happy home buyers. Just get pre-approved with Mortgage Right before you start home shopping. Fast-track your home buying journey today at mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 equal housing lender. Do you guys ever wear contacts?
I do not. My brother did when I was a kid.
Dunaway, did you ever?
No, I have Fuchs dystrophy, and I can't wear them.
Rocky?
Nope, I don't have them. My dad wears them, but this story is very, very scary.
Well, the reason I bring this up is before I went to get LASIK, 969-8100, MichelsonLaserVision.com, I wore contacts for about a decade, and I hated taking them out at night. And there would be a lot of nights I would just sleep in them.
Oh, I don't think you're supposed to do that.
No, you're not.
I don't want to see this story, I don't think.
A California ophthalmologist recently shocked the internet by posting a video of herself extracting not 1, not 2, but 23 forgotten contact lenses from a patient's eye.
Oh, no. How do you forget them?
Does she have, I mean, that's not even crow's feet. That's
what you noticed?
That's Hope Solo.
Oh, my God. Very deep
dive.
You have to know on that one.
But how do you forget you put them in there?
Last month, eye doctor out of Newport Beach posted on Instagram video of herself carefully removing a few contact lenses from patient's eye. Few maybe isn't the right word because it's 23 old contact lenses that they pulled from this elderly woman who had forgotten that they were in her eyes. They're saying for years.
I don't understand this.
Now, the video is captioned with "Don't sleep in your contact lenses."
Yeah, I would agree. That's rough right there.
Well, I guess the lady had to sign off on the picture being posted, right?
Yeah.
If
Can
not,
you imagine
she's going to lawsuit this thing.
Your vision when they get them all out? Like knowing that you have 20,
it's got to feel good.
Essentially 12 on top of each other.
She's got like eyes like a slee stack.
Ooh.
Those are seriously like reptile
those
eyes.
are lizard eyes, no doubt. Yeah.
Anyway, moving on. You guys tell me how you would have handled this. This week, a Conway man by the name of...
Wait, back to her, though. I mean, it's at some point now, the family's got to be... they got to be asking questions, right? Like, what else have you forgotten to do?
Yeah.
Yeah. Make the house payment.
Yeah.
Guess what?
Is the kitty cat okay?
Yes.
Yeah, she definitely doesn't unplug the iron when she leaves. Okay, so we've got Conway man by the name of Austin Claggett filed a lawsuit against the Morrilton Country Club. Now, Claggett played in the club's Tournament of the Century on Saturday, a 3-person scramble format with a buy-in of $375. Before the tournament, the Morrilton Country Club promoted a 2022 Ford F-150 4x4 Super Crew as a prize for the first person to hit a hole-in-one on the course's 10th hole.
Okay.
Now, the truck has a sticker price of $53,595. It was allegedly donated by a nearby Ford dealership. Now, against all odds, Claggett went out, aced the 10th hole.
No way, Claggett.
7-iron.
Now, according to reports, it was good, clean ace. It didn't happen on a provisional. It didn't happen out of turn. A letter of the law won when Claggett went to claim his new ride after the round. The Morrilton Country Club wouldn't turn over the keys.
I bet I know why. Can I guess?
Yep.
I bet they said he teed up in front of the tee marker. He was offsides.
Claggett's attorney, Andrew Norwood, issued the following statement on behalf of his client. Quote, "This is about doing what is right. Mr. Claggett lived up to his end of the deal when he got the hole-in-one. Now Morrilton Country Club and J. Hodge Ford want to crawfish out of the deal. If they didn't want to pay up when Mr. Claggett got a hole-in-one, they shouldn't have offered the deal."
You know, you generally don't use the word crawfish in a legal statement. You don't.
You trying to crawfish that in a deal?
Yeah.
It's a good old boy out of Arkansas.
Sounds like it.
J. Hodge Ford said they were unable to secure the necessary insurance for the vehicle in time because they believed the vehicle was for display purposes only. Then why would they admit that they couldn't get the insurance policy?
Yeah, if they thought it was display purposes only, why are they after the insurance? Yeah.
It sounds like they're crawfishing to me.
Yeah, I would agree with the attorney.
I think they need to give this truck up.
I don't think there's any doubt.
Give the man a truck.
Yeah, if you advertised it.
Because what happened here is they try to do a promotion on the cheap. We've done these promotions before. You have to pay a price to cover yourself in case there's a winner,
And
right?
it's not terribly expensive because the odds are very much in your favor.
But it is out-of-pocket money.
It
you have
is.
to pay it.
That is
and
correct.
What has happened here is it a local radio promotion, I'm assuming?
No, it was just
the club. What happened here, I'm sure the general manager at the auto dealership was like, nobody's going to hit a hole-in-one. Don't pay that stupid insurance.
Don't pay that $4,000.
We'll eat the loss if
Well,
somebody
they're blaming it on the club, saying that the club went ahead without our permission. We talked about it, even though the car is on display there. But we talked about it. But you guys already went and pulled the trigger saying you're going to do it. We were just in talks about it.
Yeah. Give the guy his truck, and you guys figure out who's paying for it.
Jay Hodge was one of those that rolled the odometer back in the day.
Miles aren't coming off Ferris.
The Bellingham Police Department arrested Lisa Cable, 52, Friday on October 7th on suspicion of fourth-degree assault. This is a domestic violence charge. Do you guys want to guess what she did?
I was hoping for a second she was pirating cable with that
Lisa
last name.
Cable?
Lisa Cable.
Cable's daughter reported that her ex-boyfriend had been assaulted by her mother, who is now in a relationship with the man. So keep up with this. Mom was dating dude, now daughter's dating dude.
Well, I think the mom beat the crap out of the ex-boyfriend.
Police learned that the victim was in a vehicle parked, and when Cable began to argue about jealousy in the relationship, Cable eventually told the victim to get out of the car. She then began throwing his belongings from the car onto the sidewalk. Surveillance video showed that at one point. Cable then threw a jug out of the car, striking the victim in the hip. According to Murphy, adding the officers later found the jug contained urine.
I keep it in my passenger seat all the time. I forget to empty it a lot of the time.
I pour mine on 280 when I do it.
Yeah, I've seen you do that.
I mean, who doesn't want to roll around with a piss bomb just in case you need one?
That's right. Never know. I've never seen this girl, but I guarantee you she only talks on a speakerphone and has a cigarette in her hand all the time.
They didn't have a mugshot of this pretty woman.
But that is where the phrase originated, right? She literally was pissed off.
Yeah, she was very, very, very. How about this one? Jessie Gillespie has gone viral after sharing her latest invention, which uses an animal's tail as a wrist strap for a phone case.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
God.
That's a good job.
God, what is that smell?
Is that something Dahmer would have carried around?
It's a dead rat covering a phone.
But you have your camera available, and you got a little strap for the tail. That's pretty good.
Now, many people turn to upcycling or do-it-yourselves to save a few pennies, but this thrifty woman may have gone a little too far to create a product out of a dead rodent.
Okay, now let me just point out something here quickly. You see her left foot over there? We talk about my love of female feet on the show a lot.
Oh, that's not a female.
That's not that's an old skinny dude.
That is a deal breaker right there.
No, that's not a female
this
foot.
is her. This is her phone.
That's a man's foot.
Yeah.
But a man's holding the phone. That is not a female foot.
Hey, they smushed that rat, though.
They really did. So it's an actual rat skin,
It's got
Rockstar.
its hands up, right? Yeah, they. So Jesse's a farmer from Seattle, Washington. They've constructed a, quote, functional phone case out of the deceased animal, leaving Facebook users shaking their heads.
Deceased. Okay.
Now, taking to a social media site, shared the design. The post has already racked up more than 9,000 likes. Images show the hollowed-out rat's furry skin stretched over the back of an iPhone with its flattened face stuck in the corner.
Terry, you want me to crop your foot out of it? Nah.
I don't think that's. You think they really care about?
See,
the
this
photos?
would be
really
like
don't.
a
I think
great.
those are his ears.
Oh, okay.
You know, one of those dating shows or candid cameras, whatever, where you got a guy chatting up a girl at a bar, and then after about 2 drinks, he pulls his cell phone out and just throws it on the bar.
What's your number, real quick? I'll text you. What the hell?
Here,
is
just
that?
put your number in my phone, please.
Oh,
You've heard of a bat phone. This is a rat phone.
hey, Wait, Jimmy D.
Okay, got some life tips here. First one, when you have forgotten someone's name, simply say, I'm sorry, but what was your name one more time? They may act offended, but when they give you their first name, you simply say, no, I meant your last name.
Smith. Yeah, that's better than, it's not the worst idea in the world.
Oh, so that way I'm like, well, I knew your name was Ryan. I was asking about Brown.
Your last name, dummy. I'm your cousin.
Or if you just said, hey, what's your last name, by the way, they're probably going to say their whole name.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I mean, some of this, though, if you've been around somebody more than 2 or 3 times, you just cannot ask this question anymore. Yeah. I've been in that situation not long ago where it's somebody I'd seen 4 or 5 times, and I do not know their name, but you're too far down the road at that point.
Here's another one. Never bring anything in to work the day when you leave. That way, when you leave, it doesn't look like you're leaving for the day.
Brown's been in the bathroom for a long time.
Do you remember we used to have a coworker that was involved in some side business with another coworker, and he would come in they would come in and make a cup of coffee and put it on their desk next to their car keys, and just leave it, and then they would go take care of business.
Their other business.
Their other side business.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Make a cup of coffee on the desk and car keys laying on the desk, and they're like, "Where's so and so? Keys are on his desk. You got coffee. He's obviously here somewhere. He's obviously not off having an affair."
Obviously.
Did they get fired for wasting coffee?
I can't comment on that.
Oh, it's the wasting coffee you're worried about.
Hey, on flights, if you're fighting for armrest with a stranger, bring your arm, the one that's on the same side of the armrest you want, up to your mouth, sneeze or cough, then place it back on the armrest. The other person will move their arm.
Good idea.
How about this one? Try to put yourself in as many socially awkward situations as possible. You will be desensitized to it, which makes you more outgoing.
You would think that, but it's more. I'm very awkward, and I'm not more outgoing.
Superhero.
Here's the sitting expert.
Yeah.
I wonder if this works. When you're talking to someone and can't tell if they're interested in the subject or if their mind is elsewhere, cross your arms. If they cross theirs as well, they are truly listening.
Oh,
that's interesting.
I noticed occasionally when we are doing our specialty shows like last night that if we all have checked out a little bit, we all go into this resting mode like this. If I see forearms like this, that's when I usually try to change the subject. If I see 4 of these.
Huh. That's why you're such a good card player, right?
No, I'm horrible at cards.
I got one more.
Okay, I was going to say, where's the tattoo guy?
People, and the reason we've got this is the visual. People in Australia who are on the lookout for a guy with a massive beast face tattoo can rest easy. The police say they have found their fugitive. According to the Australian media outlets, the viral meme machine, they call him, James Sutton, and his beast face tattoo were apprehended Wednesday. He was taken in on outstanding warrants relating to a domestic violence charge and property damage. He had to have beaten a brother or a dad because he ain't beating a girlfriend.
That's a good point.
He doesn't have a girlfriend.
Do not, I repeat, do not tattoo anything above my upper lip. I'm not crazy. Nothing above the upper lip.
That's where I grow my mustache.
I mean, seriously, this guy, I hate to say it, needs to be island up, though.
Yeah, I think we can go ahead and put beast on the island.
He cannot contribute to society, and something is going to go bad with this guy.
Yeah. Beyond that tattoo.
Yeah.
It's pretty rough look.
Thank you, Chris, for that submission there. Chris sending that in at Next Round Live, and that is Trash Today, brought to you by.
Hey, if you're sick of ripping your hair out over rent prices, put the toupee down and contact Mortgage Right today. Mortgage Right has all the first-time homebuyer essentials, including a variety of loan products, an easy pre-approval process, and a multitude of other resources for a seamless home buying experience. They're going to treat you like family, always looking to bring in more happy homeowners under their roof. Don't let rent run you ragged. Become a homeowner today by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
And the show also being brought to you in part by our friends at the University of Montevallo. Great place for your son or daughter to go to school. Find out why they belong at Montevallo, montevallo.edu, especially if they are playing sports right now in high school. They want to continue that athletic career. Montevallo with 21 fully funded scholarship NCAA Division II sports right there at Montevallo. Great theater department, broadcasting school, and a lot more. Schedule that in-person tour, montevallo.edu.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day. and still pull out the big stick. The type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera. And the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelSonLaserVision.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Rockstar, your special trait is what? Trick is we can name a song and you can tell us what track it is of Pearl Jam.
You just give me a number, like 1, 2 would be even flow, 1 would be the album number, 2 would be the track number.
What do you have, Brown? Do you have any? Give me a Pearl Jam song to test his
I'll see.
Well, here's the way you do it.
Yellow Ledbetter.
Yellow Ledbetter was never on an album, but it was on Five Musketeers, which was track number 5.
So here's what you got to do. You got to do third CD, fifth cut.
Third CD would be Vitology. That would be Nothing Man.
So that's how you
it's
do
really
it.
good. Well, Ush, one of our great viewers and listeners, is that with the Andy Griffith Show. And as soon as Rockstar did this headline, he quickly texted and said, that picture, by the way, is from the episode where Helen's niece gave Opie a black eye.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Helen's niece?
Yeah.
Woke up
punched
today
Opie
and
in the
picked
eye.
violence, yes.
Yeah, woke up and chose violence.
That's
like
right.
Henry Toa. This show brought to you by Rockstar's guy, Adam Mestre.
And I've got a little breaking news after Rockstar's.
Oh, let me talk about a little bit about
A little breaking news.
Just give us a sport. Give us a sport.
College football.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God. Of almost the 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that recorded a sale in 2022, Adam Mestre is in the top 8% of those agents. He is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you while rent when you can buy. Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make breaking college football news.
According to Brian Edwards Sports, who covers gambling in Vegas, the Las Vegas sports books have now moved Alabama to -9.
-9. What would make?
I don't know.
What would make the
Dunaway.
line move by 2 points? LT.
Maybe they have solidified their information that a certain quarterback is going to start.
I mean, that's the only thing you can imagine,
yeah,
right?
Like he's going to start. They're going to win this game by double digits. It will be part of my pick 3.
So
man!
Because of this developing news, you'll let me out of the state bet then, right?
No, not how it works.
That's not how it works.
No. Well, let me ask you this: if they would have said Bryce Young has been ruled out, Vegas drops the number to -3, would you let me out?
Of course I would have.
Oh,
yeah.
Let's do 4 Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires every day here on the show.
4 great locations, soon to be that 5th location in Pell City, locally owned and operated. Great guys, anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, they can handle. For more information, you can always go online. Go to vulcantireandauto.com.
First down.
Let me see what order I want to go in. Let's go more total yards. Jackson Dart or Auburn?
Oh, wow.
I'm going to take Auburn in this one. For some reason, Brown, I'm not going to back it up with a play, a stake, or anything.
Don't even ask.
But for some reason, I think Auburn plays good in this game. I'm going to say Auburn has more yards than Jackson Dart.
I'm going to go Jackson Dart. I feel like this has become a little personal for Lane Kiffin. No animosity towards Auburn. I mean, the personal part is it's a team he's never beaten, and it bothers him, so he's going to make a point. I'll go Jackson Dart, though.
I would go.
But it's personal. I just mean it's not like it's anti-Auburn.
I think Jackson Dart finally found his groove. He's a talented kid. He's got a lot of athleticism.
Yeah.
I think he'll get some rush yards. Obviously, I think he'll throw for around 300, so I would go Jackson Dart.
Second down.
Bigger number in Knoxville, Jahmyr Gibbs touchdowns or Will Anderson sacks?
I think they get the ball out quick and go fast to try to avoid some of those sacks. I'll go Jahmyr Gibbs touchdowns on this one.
I will go Alabama interceptions higher than both of those numbers.
Oh, wow.
Because
Both of those numbers combined?
Not combined, but higher than Jahmyr Gibbs touchdowns or Will Anderson sacks. I think you've got, and we talk more about this later on with Tyler, but you got a really good left tackle, so you can move Will Anderson around. But I think you'll be, trying to keep Will off of him, which opens the door for Dallas Turner. But to your point, throwing the ball quickly opens the door against a talented secondary to make mistakes. I will go more Will Anderson sacks, but I end up thinking it's interceptions.
I think I would go sacks too.
Third down.
More total touchdowns, Hendon Hooker or Bryce Young?
You get the running and the passing for both.
It kind of comes down to who you think's going to win the game.
Yeah, a little bit, but I mean, if you think Alabama can, if you think Jahmyr Gibbs has 3 touchdowns, on run plays. I think I'll go Hendon Hooker, actually. Alabama wins, but I'll go Hendon Hooker.
I'll go Hendon Hooker as well. Deborah's with me on the interceptions. She thinks Alabama has a big day on the INTs.
I'll go Bryce. I think they are going to force some turnovers, but I'd be willing to go, if you gave me either or, the total touchdowns from Gibbs or the total sacks from Anderson, one of those two numbers, whichever's higher, against your interceptions.
It's a very confusing statement.
Not really.
I would like you to choose one, and then I will do it. I'll take interceptions higher than either or of those.
Yeah. Let me think about that.
Okay.
4th down.
My man Jared Goff, Rockies quarterback, 28 years old today.
Hell yeah.
Boy, he's lived a lot for 28.
God, he really is. I mean, go back to the Hard Knocks. I was living in a hotel when the guy was doing Hard Knocks.
And the sun was rising in the west for him.
It was. Stephen A. Smith is 55 today. Better career. Jared Goff, Stephen A.
Stephen A.
I think I'll go Stephen A.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, Stephen A. He's maybe the most.
Stephen A. never had a Rams uniform on.
Stephen A. might be the most recognizable face on ESPN. And
he swings the most power at ESPN than anybody right now.
I mean, I like Stephen A.
Oh, it's not whether I like or dislike.
Yeah,
I'm just,
we're still talking about a guy that's 28 that has played in a Super Bowl.
If you just walked up to random people and said, where is Stephen A. Smith, where is Jared Goff, more would tell you Stephen A. Smith's ESPN than they would Jared Goff's Detroit. People don't even know where Jared Goff is now, a lot of people. I don't think there's any doubt.
Uber popular.
Yeah.
He's the most powerful guy at ESPN. His contract reflects that.
He's on all the time.
I don't watch the show.
I'm going to say Goff's contract reflects a little bit more of his success.
Well,
how much is Goff making a year, you think?
Goff is probably making 25 to 30 million.
Yeah, it's way more than Stephen A. makes.
Stephen A's making 15.
Yeah, way more. But Stephen A's on all the time. No, I'd go Stephen A.
And Goff's only on Sundays.
Actually, not this Sunday.
Yeah, he wasn't on this past Sunday.
And that is 4 Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Again, 4 great locations, soon to be that 5th location, great locally owned and operated. If you need to go look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more, they can do it for you and your family, bumper to bumper. For more information, VulcanTireAndAuto.com.
All right, when we come back, Tyler Watts talking Alabama and Tennessee. Tennessee River up there is very important to Alabama power, right?
It is, Jim. Absolutely it is.
Tries to tie together
You tried.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alabama Power is giving you more options, ease, and control when you pay your power bill. Now you can use the new digital wallet, secure, and offers convenient payment methods that you're probably already familiar with. Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, and Venmo. All you need is an online account. Visit alabamapower.com/myaccount to get started now.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, Brownie, with some developing news, but first let me clean up some dead wood. I grew up around here. I should know this, but the Tennessee River more connected to the TVA.
Oh, you know.
Than
Details,
the Southern
man.
Company.
Details.
You guys, dams, water, you knew what I was talking about with Brown on the read to the top of the hour. More importantly, Brown unearthing the number change on the Alabama-Tennessee line.
It was from Brian Edwards, who covers the gambling industry in Vegas there, and he said Bama is up to a 9-point favorite. What was it this morning? Was it still 7.5 this morning?
It was actually a flat 7.
A flat 7 this morning, so up 2 points since this morning, which tells you a lot of people there think Bryce Young's playing.
Yeah, I think Bryce Young's going to play, and if Bryce Young wasn't going to play, I would say that number's probably 3.5 or 4.
3.5 or 4.
So he's easily worth a touchdown.
That number update brought to you by our friends at Odie's.
Hey, a Birmingham institution. Odie's located right there in Crestline Village. Live music tonight, tomorrow night. Are you next Thursday, Rocky?
Next Thursday, the 20th. Dayton, Will's Dayton Rockstar.
Are y'all going to after trivia?
That's a Thursday.
Yeah, the day after trivia.
So technically that's after trivia.
It will be after trivia.
Yeah.
So come see Rocky on Thursday, but this weekend, all weekend long, enjoy the great fall weather out on that patio. Ice cold beer buckets full of Bud Light, incredible lunches and dinners, including the burgers, award-winning wings, my personal favorite, that Diablo sandwich. Get in today, go see Will Haver and that great staff, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, time to talk to Tyler Watts of Watts Agency, man. Welcome in.
Good to be back. Hey, it's great to be back in Birmingham. I can promise you that. Sitting on a curb doing interviews, no fun. You used to always say that one guy being out really didn't move the line a whole lot. And I don't know if that was more NFL, but does it have more of an impact in college than it does in the NFL?
Oh, yeah, for a quarterback, especially in the NFL quarterback, too. You know, I remember when Aaron Rodgers went out, he broke his collarbone against Minnesota, and the next week, I mean, the line was probably, it might have been close to a 10-point difference.
I mean, a quarterback like Bryce Young, I think, is that big of a difference. I mean, you saw Milroe. The moment almost seemed too big at times. He played pretty well, but some of those turnovers.
Well, it was all the turnovers.
Yeah.
And that contributes to the lack of confidence, which causes the next mistake, which causes the next taking a sack inside the red zone to put you out of field goal range. So it all kind of compounds on each other, where a little bit of success up front allows you to build that confidence that you need.
I mean, do you think Jalen Milroe starting and playing every snap can go into Knoxville the way he played last week and win?
No, not the way he played last week. Yeah. But I think that was an anomaly. I don't think that's him. And it's surprising, too, the fact that he played an entire half almost up in Arkansas and didn't have any issues with the ball and got hit a couple of times, but was just very careless with the ball in the pocket. And you would even think after the first time that you would kind of get that figured out and, man, hold that thing up tight. And he didn't. That was concerning.
And it seemed to be, I've never played the position, obviously, it seemed like he was holding it too long, too.
He has to understand who he is.
Yeah.
And we all have to be comfortable in our own skin and accept this is what I'm good at and not take it as a knock, because you're not trying to compete and be Bryce Young. You're trying to utilize and be the best of what you are. And he is. To me, he would thrive in a 1-2-3 go. Go north and south. Don't go side to side. Go north and south, because you're big enough, even if contact at the line of scrimmage, he can pick up 2 or 3 yards.
Yeah, but we drill it into everyone's hands now. He's a running quarterback. He's not going to make it in the next level unless he can stay in the pocket. Blah, blah,
just
blah,
like
blah,
Jalen
blah.
Hurts, right?
Yeah, just like Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is
Yep.
not going to make it in the league. Oh wait, he is. He's unbeaten right now. But that's all you hear is, he's a run first guy. He's a run first guy. That's why they do it. That's why they do it.
Well, maybe it is, but they need to stop doing it, and they need to try to win the football game.
Yeah. Tyler Watts is with us, the Watts Agency. Tell us about the Watts Agency and what our viewers and listeners can get from calling this number.
Right now with everything going up, I mean, daggum, I'm at the grocery store, and milk goes up $1 since last week. So we're all struggling here, and if you have teenage drivers like I do now, you probably really notice that insurance bill. Give us a call. We have some special programs for parents with teenage drivers. And, I mean, y'all, there's instances where we're saving people $1,500 to $2,000, $3,000 a year on their auto insurance alone. So give us a call at 205-664.
Say that number again?
You're killing me. I'm in the middle of my number.
We'll do that, too.
What is the number again that you save?
Well, I mean, we have saved people $2,000 and $3,000 a year on their auto insurance.
Unbelievable. What phone number would I call?
You know what? I'm glad you asked. That's a great transition. 205-664-4444.
How difficult is it on Bill O'Brien, who gets criticized for almost anything he does anyway, but how difficult is it on him to shift gears from calling plays for Bryce Young to calling plays for Jalen Milroe?
All right, so Saban is always pretty doggone honest about status and the health of his players and what kind of what's going on. And he, right after that Arkansas game, he said, hey, listen, he runs the same package, just does a couple other things. Well, in reality, he really didn't do anything else because he refused to run the football. But I think the package kind of is the same. But the plays are there. The execution is really the only thing that was lacking last week. He had open receivers. It may have been an issue of not hitting your check down, which the great quarterbacks at Alabama over the years have done. When things don't develop down the field, just get that 4-yard completion and see what happens. Even on the sack that he took right there in the fourth quarter that probably would have put the game away, he has a little crosser going across the middle. Nobody's there. On several of those issues he did.
Hey, back in the day when you first – so going from high school to college, it amazes me every week I see these big hits on quarterbacks and they don't fumble. And it's like blindside hits. Is that something that's just like a sixth sense for you to know?
As far as getting hit from the backside?
Yeah, getting hit from the backside, ball's still up, and you're still able to control ball.
But look what you're doing. You got 2 hands on the ball there, right? That's what.
Yeah, but still.
But also notice this. College is different from the NFL. The NFL, you see haymakers coming across to knock the ball out. They're going for the ball versus for the tackle. And I think in college a lot of times you're still trying to get that kill shot on a guy. And the good quarterbacks, and in fact, probably 90% of them, they do whatever. They feel that backside because the peripheral vision allows them to see it. Because you're not just looking over here. I mean, you can kind of still see everything 180. You kind of feel that when it's coming in on you.
Outside of speed from high school to college, was that one of the biggest differences, people going for ball, though? Because, you see, guys are so good now. What do we call it? The Peanut Tillman.
Yeah, Peanut Tillman, the punch.
Yep.
The peanut punch.
Yeah. I'm trying to teach my son and all the high school kids that now. I think that's awesome. They'll probably get ejected But
Probably. But, I mean, in high school, guys don't protect the football. And if you've got a savvy player,
and they don't try to strip it either,
Yeah.
though. And even at the next level, I think they still go after the kill shot versus going after that. But you talked about the biggest transition was probably, honestly, when you're going forward and you get held up in a pile and you're stood up, that's when they really try to rip that ball away, and you'll get punched and you'll get hit and things of that nature, when there are referees and everybody can't see what's going on. It's dirty, man. It's dirty at times.
Dirty
some
game.
teams obviously are dirtier than others.
My concern in this game is what I saw early in the Alabama-Texas game with the secondary sort of panicking a little bit, grabbing, holding, pass interference. Now, Brown makes a great point. Big 12 officiating crew, SEC officiating crew, but these receivers are good. Hendon throws a good deep ball. Any concern at all for you with the Alabama secondary against these receivers?
You know what? It is what it is. We are going to play man-to-man on the outside, and all you can do as a DB now is be in position and try to contest the catch, whether it's while it's still in the air or after it hits the receiver's hands. And if you can do that, you can disrupt the ability of the receiver as well as the quarterback. Quarterback has to put it in the perfect spot. He makes a little bit of an error, and it's kind of a disadvantage for them because you're blanketed and you can use your body to cut the receiver off from making that adjustment, unless it's a back shoulder throw. So being in phase, being in position is ultimately the most important thing, and all you can really hope to do is contest each of those shots and make sure, or force rather, that offense to make the perfect play.
Tyler Watts is with us in studio. The former Alabama quarterback now has Watts Insurance Agency. They can help you save.
Got my Wimp Sanderson jacket
I like
on here.
it.
You
It's
like
good
this?
jacket. Yeah,
Get
good
all
fall
mad
color.
at everybody. Give us a call, 205-664-4444. If it's on your keychain, we insure it, and you need insurance on it. And chances are it's in the wrong place because it ain't with us.
This game,
I love the way I think he comes up with
I love
these
it.
great catch lines live on the air.
This game feels a little bit to me like a game you played in, just a little bit. In '99, now you guys had lost a La Tech, so that's an obvious difference. But when Tennessee came to Bryant-Denny, you were both top 10 teams, and it felt like the biggest game Alabama had in a little bit. And I don't know that y'all handled it well.
Well, a little bit of difference. So I love to come in here with I was a part of the last time.
Right.
Yeah, and because
Okay.
I always happen to
Yep.
be that, right? So we're on, a 15, 16-year streak right now, and I
Yep.
think Tennessee's longest streak is 7 years in this series. Of course, I was a part of that, or a small part of that 7-year slide. So there's a little bit of mind games, which is something that Tennessee is going through right now. I don't care what they say. Their interviews can say all the right things, but in the back of their mind, they're still thinking, are we good enough? Can we? At what point is something going to go wrong and the wheels fall off on this thing? Because until you prove it, there is a little bit of that doubt that you can overcome that hurdle and beat that football team.
Yeah.
That was one of the biggest challenges that we had, even in 2002 when we did finally beat them, was everyone, and I love this story because Jarrett Johnson, defensive lineman for us, he was a great guy and a heck of a player. I mean, he had one of those motors that you just love to have on your team.
Played for the Ravens,
yeah,
really good.
Long time. Anyway, he stood up and go, hey, listen, I don't give a rip about them. I don't care about anything else. I'm going to do my job. If my job's cover the A gap, I'm going to cover the A gap. If it's cover the B gap, I'm going to cover the B gap. And I expect every single one of y'all to do the exact same thing. Stop trying to make plays and do your freaking job. And that kind of set the tone for the week of practice, and everyone kind of took that mindset, and we were finally able to overcome that hurdle that was Tennessee.
Wow. What do you remember most about Neyland playing there?
You know what? It's not the loudest stadium in they pump in the band on speakers. It can get hostile. I think one of the best games I ever went there was in '96. I think Alabama and Tennessee were both undefeated. Peyton Manning
why are you
was
looking at me?
that was the recruiting trip that I went up there, and they put me right behind the Alabama section because we were kind of a late sign on. They were like, "Yo, I'm so sorry we're having to put you behind the Alabama section." Me and my dad were like, "Dadgummit, I can't believe this.
What a
this
break.
is awful.
Yeah.
This is awful. Throw me in the briar patch."
What do you do in those situations, real quick, before you get to your point? Because you grew up an Alabama fan, right?
Correct.
So you can't necessarily pull for Bama. If
You
you're
can't cheat, but there was a lot of bump fists, in the fold-out chairs
Yeah.
that they provided for us because they will. You know how small the seats are.
Oh,
Needless to say, you don't think they're scared to pull out a folding chair, do you? Let's put one more in here. But that was it's a fun environment to play in because it's completely enclosed, as you upper deck, the whole 9 yards. So, but it's fun. It's fun.
But it wasn't, I mean, Tiger Stadium was louder?
Auburn is still by far
Jordan
the lowest
Hare?
place.
Yeah.
I don't care. I mean, that fan base, they do an incredible job of creating atmosphere.
Yeah, I still say, I mean, I've been to all of them. Well, not all of them. I've been to a lot of them. Iron Bowl in Auburn is still the loudest environment I ever go to.
That's what Tyler just said.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm agreeing with him, Jim.
But here's the deal.
The Iron Bowl, though?
70,
my gosh.
most everyone's going to have at least 70,000 outside of Vanderbilt in their stadium. And 70,000 people, that gets loud.
Yeah.
And it can create communication problems for everybody. Don't care where you are.
Yeah, I always like Tiger Stadium at night, though. That's always fun for me.
Yeah, it's fun. And we never, we rarely lose down there, too.
Yeah,
that makes it
really
what's
good,
fun
right?
about
Yeah,
it.
Makes it good.
Hey, how shocked are you Alabama's only forced 3 turnovers the entire year?
It's a little bit surprising. What's the reason for that? Is it because, offense is really
quarterback
throwing
pressure,
50-50 balls.
Quarterback pressure has been incredible.
You got the pressure there. You're not getting the tip balls at the line of scrimmage. Linebackers aren't really stepping into the throwing lanes. Maybe the quarterback play is just better against the competition this year. I don't know what it is, but you would surely expect some fumbles along the way. So they need to practice on that punching as well.
Yeah, the old peanut punch there as well. The one concern for you for this team, you seem to be very positive about a lot of things. What's one concern?
And just trying to think about this, I could see this game being a lot like the Texas game. In all honesty, I could see it being low 20s, upper teens.
Really?
I really do, because I don't think that they're going to run us out of the stadium with that offense. I think that they're going to get a couple shots. They'll take advantage of that, but I don't think they can drive the length of the field consistently.
No, there's
and the key to all this in watching the LSU game,
a big shootout, like an over.
I was going to give the over out, but I'm not playing this. I'm playing Alabama.
Yeah, I 100% don't think this is anything like the 2000 Alabama Ole Miss game. I don't think it's anything up and down the field. I don't. I think the defense is too good. I think they're twice as good as what they were that year. But they're going to get their shots. They beat LSU and they beat most teams because they get you out of your double safeties, get you in a single safety, and they're still able to run the ball. And when they're able to do that, they got to have control of the whole field. So you have to take the running game away first and foremost. I mean, their success is based in running the football. It really is, in my opinion, because there's going to be enough contested throws along the way. They can't consistently do it and score enough points.
So the key is for Alabama to stop the run first with as few number of people as you can, right?
Well, sure, absolutely.
So if 4 can stop the run, then that helps you in the passing game.
Can you do it, though?
Yeah.
So
I think they can.
Who do you like?
I think that Alabama's going to have a good day.
Yeah.
I think them playing like crap last week is beneficial.
Yeah.
I think it's extremely beneficial.
But, I mean, you mentioned Jarrett Johnson. We were talking about this earlier. To me, this is the biggest game the Alabama offensive line might play all year, because even if Bryce Young starts, he's still a little banged up, and you've got to protect him. You've got to give him a run game he can lean on. And if it's Milroe, even double that. I mean, this is an offensive line game for Alabama. That offensive line has got to man up on Saturday.
That's a good challenge right there for them, isn't it?
Well, I mean, and I'm sure a coach has told him that, right?
And it blows my mind, too, that we continue to talk about, is he going to play, is he not going to play? Yeah, he's going to play. There ain't no doubt in my mind that he's going to play. And we go, well, what if he's only 80%? Name me one player out there that's 100%. What is 100%? Yeah. Nobody's 100%. You don't think that every lineman up there has banged up knees and ankles and
I'm always
stuff?
100%. Yes,
You're 100%, but the rest of the world really struggles to put 2 days together that are like that. So, everybody's playing through pain, but the opportunity to go out there and compete, it overcomes that. I mean, it trumps it every single time.
So let's say he can't throw the ball effectively more than
effectively. What is his effect? Is his effectively more effective than the other guy?
Well, no, I'm just saying more effectively 10 yards down the field. If he's only comfortable throwing it within 10 yards, checking into the right play, doing all the right reads and all that's beneficial, right? Than an inexperienced quarterback.
If he can only throw the ball 10 yards, that's probably not a good. You got a better chance with the other guy.
Okay, that's what I wanted.
Wouldn't you think?
I would think so. Yes.
So what do you typically do during an Alabama game?
An Alabama-Tennessee game or just an Alabama game?
Yeah, just in general.
We do something different for this game?
I get nervous sometimes, even though I have zero control over it. A whole lot more nervous watching a game than ever playing in it, because you have no idea what's going to happen.
It's almost like a parent.
Well, sure, absolutely. That's a great analogy right there, or comparison. So I like to be a busybody. I like to clean. I like to work on something outside, set a TV up, listen to it, even watch Auburn games like that. So that's what I do. I can't just sit there with a group of people. I got to watch it by myself as well. Y'all are like that too.
I'm like
right?
that with the Rams.
Yeah. You don't want to know anybody out there. I want you talking. I want to be the one predicting what's going to happen, not you.
Yeah, I like to do most things in life by myself. Yes.
I don't like. He talks to himself. He told us yesterday.
I don't like crowds. I like
in his basement, he will talk to himself.
You picked a heck of a profession to be an
wild.
introvert.
It is wild, isn't it? Yeah.
And you're good at it, too.
It was because I was by myself
What
practicing
a liar.
all the time.
You should have been a politician, my friend.
I should have been a politician. Homewood or Pelham tonight? Who wins?
I got both of them. I'm going to watch both of them play.
Oh,
I'm glad you brought that up.
speaking of politicians.
Right.
House divided.
On my sheet here, they're playing each other.
They are. So a buddy of mine who...
They're retiring Tyler Watt's jersey
So I
tonight,
still
right?
catch heck about this. We beat Homewood in double overtime when I was a senior, and they didn't get to go to the playoffs because of it. And I got some buddies now that my kids go to Homewood who were on that team, and they still talk crap. The coaches still say that we cheated in that game. So he's already told me, hey, I'm going to sit next to you, probably hit you a couple times. We'll relive the memories just like, back in 97. So I'm going to go there. My wife wants to wear a Letterman jacket. She wants to wear her dance team jacket. And I don't know how well that'll go over.
Yeah, I don't know.
Still fits though, boss.
Well, awkwardly, I could say I would love for your wife to wear the Letterman jacket. She's very attractive.
Thank you. I was going to submit a picture too because I wore my D&B shirt down to Disney, but I'm no longer going to do that.
Oh, you got to. You got to.
No, because it'll become your stinking screensaver or something. Super uncomfortable.
I do like you, Tyler. Yes.
I know you do. Thank you.
Yes, always have. At least he's moved from your mom to your wife. I don't know what that
Is
means.
that good?
I don't know.
I got a 16-year-old daughter. I'm scared where this is going to go in the next month.
Whoa. Just watch him. See if he's following on Instagram.
I didn't know that. You got a 16-year-old daughter?
I do. Yeah. I do. You'll never know her name either. This is going to be an exciting week, though. Let me get us back on the. Speaking of.
Yeah. Speaking of.
Where's my transition?
There's not one.
I can't make those.
Just do a Tyler Watts insurance agency.
You know what's life insurance, too.
You know what's hot right now, like your wife? Oh, insurance. God. Insurance right now is hot.
Insurance is hot. You need to give us a call. I'm glad you brought that up. Specializing in commercial, personal, auto, home. We have people standing by right now. 205-664-4444.
I see you handled that well. In the pocket, man.
I love you. It's because you're no threat.
Oh, you've always been great with the one-liners. That's Tyler Watts. So Watts Agency. Use that guy. He's fantastic. Fantastic. Everything he does. All right, man. Enjoy your weekend.
It's going to be fun.
Yep. I look forward to it.
Smoking cigars is the worst thing ever, and I know a lot of people enjoy it, but it's disgusting. And it was so funny. We were sitting in the locker room after we beat them my senior year. I know we got to go commercial break.
No, you're good.
You can so tell the dudes that smoke versus the ones that didn't.
They're all cold.
Oh, man. Half of us are hawking up our lungs. The other ones are like, there, dude, this is awesome. Roll that thing out. But Kenny, I still got the cigar that Kenny Stabler gave to me after one of these games.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, I've got two. One from the only year we beat Tennessee, and then one from Kenny Stabler.
Oh, that's really
Probably
cool.
all falling apart.
Yeah.
Miss old Kenny.
Oh, he was awesome.
He was an original, wasn't he?
He was the best.
Yeah.
He was the best.
Yeah. Absolutely. All right. Tyler Watts.
Thank y'all.
With us every Friday. We appreciate that so much. LT is going to tell us about Michelson Laser Vision as we head to break here. A chance to look ahead to the show. Rockstar's Playhouse is coming up on the other side, LT.
Yeah, trash on the table. We talked about the woman that had 23 contacts in her eye. Think about the money you waste each and every year on contacts and solution. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100. Make the call today. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Call 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. You've got nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Go online, MichelsonLaserVision.com. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, the best in the business. Call today, 969-8100.
Follow LT on Twitter @TheLanceTaylor.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Hi, this is Alex Durant from the Better Business Bureau. Does your business believe in ethics? Is your business trustworthy? Do you hold your business to the highest standards? Does customer service reign supreme? After you've answered yes to all these questions, answer this. Are you BBB accredited? If not, why aren't you? BBB is a community of ethical, like-minded businesses and brands that believe ethics and values like trustworthiness play a vital role in the marketplace and in the success of their business. BBB accredited businesses voluntarily hold themselves to a higher standard, in turn making their communities a better place to live and work. The BBB torch was lit over 100 years ago by business owners like yourself to protect the public from the impact of fraud in the marketplace. Today, the torch is carried by businesses large and small who all believe that better businesses make better communities. Apply for BBB accreditation today by calling 205-558-2201. Mention promo code BETTERBIZ for a special offer for Next Round listeners and earn your sign of a better business.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
We'll get back to the Buffalo Wild Wings pick 3. If your office pool is happening or something, remember you've got some injuries on the Florida State defensive line as Clemson comes to play in Tallahassee this weekend. That's something to keep an eye on. Penn State's not what they wanted to be on the offensive line as they play Michigan in what should be a really fun game happening this week. But one guy who is playing well, and I couldn't remember his name moments ago, but I looked it up, left tackle Gerald Mincey of Tennessee. Since he has taken over left tackle this year, 252 snaps, he has not allowed one sack or one quarterback hit through his man running on the left side.
Not even a quarterback hit. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Redmond.
Hey, the weekend is here. Get into your local ABC store or package store like Pink Package, the beverage place. If you're listening to us out of state, it's available in 20 states. Pick up a bottle of Redmond vodka, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste. Ask for it by name this weekend. It's Redmond vodka.
Okay, now you seem to think Clemson, Florida State will be an interesting game, and one reason it could be would be Jordan Travis and who hasn't been great the last couple of weeks, but he's had some good moments throwing the football against the Clemson secondary. If you can protect a little bit, that Clemson secondary has been exposed at times this year.
Well, yeah, and what makes Jordan Travis difficult to game plan for is his ability to run. I mean, he reached his 5th 100-plus rushing yard game against NC State just last week. He's second in QBR in the ACC behind just Drake May. And we were talking about how good Drake May has played this year for North Carolina. Florida State, though, they've lost 8 straight to top 5 teams. I told you guys their last win was in 2014 in the national championship to Auburn. I believe that Florida State plays well.
I was going to ask you this question yesterday when we talked about it. Who's the better quarterback right now in this game? Maybe Jordan Travis.
Maybe.
I mean, it's tight. It's tight, but I wouldn't argue.
DJU is playing a lot better.
He's playing better, but I'm not so sure Jordan Travis isn't playing better than him.
Well, I think it was you that made the point earlier this week. Maybe it was one of our guests that he's morphed into more of a quarterback manager.
I said that. Lance disagreed, but my point in that was, he's not throwing for a ton of yards. The thing he is not doing, though, is turning the football over. I think he's 11-1 in his last 4 games, if I'm not mistaken, something like that. I don't have it in front of me still, but in his last 3 or 4 games, he's 11 TDs, 1 pick, so he's not turning the ball over.
Yeah, I might have brought this up, and maybe you confirmed it, Dunaway, but did you know the longest active winning streak right now in the FBS is Clemson with 12?
It is 12. How about that? The Clemson Tigers. They're on the road, though, down in Tallahassee. Time for Rockstar's Playhouse today. By the way, Major League Baseball playoffs ongoing. Yankees up 2-0. Against the Guardians in Game 2 of that division series in the American League there. So they're playing under the sunshine after the postponement yesterday. Braves go later today at 4:20 as they're in Philly. Dodgers in San Diego, 8:20 tonight. Every Friday at about this time, Rockstar's Playhouse lets us get the weekend rolling with a good laugh, and it's brought to you by Greg from Pell City, who wants your weekend to get going with a great roof over your house. He'll give you a free no-cost roof inspection. Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. Greg Nelson, a free no-cost roof inspection, no obligation, or you can look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City, A-plus rated with a Better Business Bureau, and a lot more. 205-542-3531. Rocky?
Rockstar's Playhouse, this is Rockstar's Playhouse, this is Rockstar's Playhouse, come out and play. Rockstar's Playhouse, this is Rockstar's Playhouse, this is Rockstar's Playhouse, come out and play.
Let's have some fun.
Oh, that sounds swell.
Today's feature was inspired. Lunsford's wife, Laurel, had a great idea.
Okay.
And I said, she wanted to do it for one of these TikTok videos, and I said we could use it as a playhouse because I think it's a kind of a reimagining of another thing we used to do, and it also features the acting debut of one Scott Forrester.
Look at Scotty.
Scott Forrester. Got his SAG card yesterday.
In front of the camera.
All right.
So this is that. Enjoy.
I have no sound.
Let me start it over, guys.
Start it over,
I went to the
Rockstar.
wrong computer. Scott, I apologize.
Oh, man. Scott's debut gets upstaged by a mistake by Rockstar.
Offensive line can't block. Quarterback can't throw.
Oh, this is a mighty nice hat you got there. Oh, I like that right there. Auburn Tigers, go Tigers. I used to coach for the Tigers. You guys looking for a new coach up there? Huh? You guys looking for a new coach to come for the Auburn Tigers?
Yeah, Coach O, I don't know if you're the one that we want.
What the hell are you talking about, little smart ass? Why don't you think I could be a good coach? We got good coaches down here. We got old Frosty, Scott Frost down here. Urban Meyer down here from the Florida Gator, and here from the Old Style State Buckeyes. Show them the footage there, bro, JoJo.
Hold up, did you say Urban Meyer's down there? We might want to talk to him.
No, he down here, but he busy right now. He down there with a girl. She on his lap. They talking. But what I would say, because I used to coach Tiger, it's a good transition from a Bengal Tiger to a Auburn Tiger. So I think that you should need a coach like me.
Coach, you know that championship had a lot more to do with Joe Burrow than it did you, right?
Oh, you shut your mouth, you little fart knocker. Gene Chisholm won a championship with the Auburn Tigers with Cam Newton. And Gene down here, he left for a minute, but he come back. He always coming back. He got an open invitation. You should invite me to win the national championship if you want to with the Auburn Tigers, because everybody here, we all coach down here.
Hey, man, can I just get my hat back, please?
Yeah, I'll give you your hat back. Hold on, let me see something right here. I'll give you something with more value. This one gonna fit me just right. Yeah, we're gonna give you this. I'll give you this hat right here. We all coach down here. We all coach down here.
I don't want that.
Such a weird character.
My question is, where did you get a plain yellow hat?
You don't have a plain yellow hat on you at all times? I want to tell you something. Laurel is the prop master. You ask for something.
Oh, my gosh.
She's got a wig for it. She's Cher. She's got a wig for it.
Do you happen to have a plain yellow hat? Yeah, as a matter of fact.
In the closet.
What shade?
That is one of your stranger characters, Pennywise Coach O.
Yeah, but let me just tell you, that was really well done.
Yeah.
I wasn't laughing out loud. I was caught up into the wording.
Yeah. You're into the script.
No, I mean,
No,
it really
you're
was
right,
well
though.
written.
You got to listen close to your Coach O to get the words.
He talks fast.
Yeah.
I mean, it was really well done.
And
really
it's
well
got to kill your voice to do
It
that.
does. It does. But it's for art, man. I don't need the points. I don't need them.
Coach O don't need them.
That was really good, Rocky. Really good. And I'm sorry you got hurt last week. I'm sorry
The best compliment you can get from Dunaway is
I wasn't laughing.
I wasn't laughing at your comedy because I was reading your lips. I was trying to listen carefully because I didn't want to miss anything.
No,
That's
it
why I
drew
wasn't
me
laughing.
in. The
Right.
camera angle, the makeup,
Yeah,
and everything
correct.
drew me in. It was really well done.
Will you watch it again?
McBride.
Oh, I'll see it again. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Probably in the summer when we're filling time. It'll be really good.
Wow, I don't know what that was about, but
No, we bring them back in the summertime.
we do
Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to if we save them this time.
this time.
Back it up.
Yeah.
That was really good. Really good. Where did we shoot that?
We shot that on the Warner Brothers lot.
Did you climb down to the sewer for
I
that?
think
Really?
he was in our production room. Was his sewer?
It was in our production room?
Yeah, it wasn't actually a sewer. Yeah, we couldn't pull that
Who
off.
who reached the arm around, acting like their arm was actually down in the sewer?
I think that was a Laurel hand.
Okay.
Who was the key grip?
Lunsford was the key.
Oh, was he?
grip.
Okay.
As he is in most of his life, yes.
Who was the best boy?
I thought
Lunsford was
Forster
also-
played a pretty good role, too.
Lunsford was the gaffer. What is that? I pronounce it wrong?
I think it's Gaffer.
Oh, okay.
Gaffer.
It's Gaffer.
Okay.
Yeah. Forster was really he did well as well. It was really good, Forster.
Yes. Good job, everybody.
You played disgruntled Auburn fan really well.
Yeah, I'm good at that.
Yes, lifetime in training, right, Scott?
All right, fantastic. That's the Playhouse today, brought to you by Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg Nelson, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. We'll do more of our Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3 coming up. Will Rogers, Will Levis, big gap in the stats, you think? Yeah, there is a little bit. Will Rogers, number one in the country. 2,110 passing yards for Will Rogers. Will Levis, though, with missing a game, 1,405. 22 touchdowns for Will Rogers, 12 touchdowns right now for Will Levis as they do the Battle of Wills this weekend, Kentucky and Mississippi State. Mississippi State looking ahead. Is this a trap game for State?
I don't think Mississippi State. I think if Mike Leach is smart, I mean, going on the road to Kentucky, a team that was ranked in the top 10 recently, I don't think it would be a trap game. And Will Levis, it looks like by all accounts, is going to play.
Yeah,
Because Alabama's next week for
That
State,
is right.
Yeah.
Yeah, big game in Tuscaloosa for them next week. But, this, again, and I saw Kentucky do it with Ole Miss. They did it with South Carolina a little bit. Kentucky can just drag you down into that sloppy style that they like to play. And that's the challenge, I think, for Mississippi State. That is such a rhythm.
LSU did a little bit to them.
Yeah, it's
and
such
beat
a
'em.
rhythm offense. You can't let Kentucky just drag you down the way they like to and make it a kind of a yucky game.
All right, we'll get back to the Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3 in the last two segments here. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. When it's time to pop the question, go to the place for diamonds. It's Bromberg's.
Look, they are your diamond specialist. Go see them today if you are thinking about popping the question. Family owned and operated since 1836. Our friends at Bromberg's
Brombergs have established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Never too early to be thinking about those holiday gifts as well. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online today. Go to Brombergs.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new Ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Back with you on the next round as we get ready for this huge football weekend. And LT and I are about in separate vehicles, start heading up to Knoxville, Tennessee for the big weekend. We're not going together. I didn't want to make it look like a work trip and Brown wasn't going. He's going up, LT, with a group of friends. I'm going up to do some work for CBS 42. Brown's going to be anchoring our coverage from here in Birmingham. 9 a.m. Central Time tomorrow morning, our typical pregame show, 9 to 10 a.m. Brown will be hosting that, and we'll be on from Knoxville. And then postgame, not immediately, but shortly right after the Alabama game, it'll be Brown with our friend Will Lowry.
That's right. Former Alabama defensive back Will Lowry will start, and then when Dunaway gets wrapped up at the stadium, hopefully he'll jump on.
All that's happening this weekend. If you want to be dressed perfectly for whichever game you're going to, you'll do that with our friends at the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and Auburn. Pantstore.com, and follow them on social media at The Pants Store. All your game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, your sunglasses, your game day wear, including the polos from Antigua, Taylor and Meg, Johnny O, and Gentile. Fans, clothes designed specifically for the female fan in your life. Women's designer clothing, perfect for the game day wear from the Pants Store. Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and Auburn. Pantstore.com. As we continue to talk about the games in our B-Dub Pick 3, remember you can go play at nextroundlive.com. Nextroundlive.com, just to hit the big Buffalo Wild Wings logo there. Rockstar's pool, interesting. Oklahoma State, TCU. One of the bigger games in the country that's not getting talked about, like Penn State and Michigan, or Clemson and Florida State, or Alabama and Tennessee. But this one has major implications, and TCU minus 3.5 is the way we're going to play it.
2 really good quarterbacks. Max Duggan right now second nationally in passing efficiency. On the other side, Spencer Sanders, 18 touchdowns this season, which leads the Big 12, one ahead of Duggan. We say good coaches win, great coaches cover. We've got a T-shirt that says that. I don't know if Mike Gundy's a great coach, but he's great at covering. 15-4-1 against the number versus ranked opponents since the start of 2018. That's against ranked opponents, and he's 9-1-1 against the number in Big 12 play since the start of last season. Best cover percentage in the Big 12.
Do you think this will be an offensive game? Is that what you anticipate?
Yes.
Yeah.
The only defense worse than these two in terms of points per game in the Big 12 is Oklahoma's. So you're talking about 2 defenses that give up a lot of yardage and 2 offenses that love to go up and down the field. This should be a very high-scoring game.
Entertaining game for Oklahoma State and TCU. That is opposite of Alabama at the same time. It's on ABC is where you'll watch that one coming up this weekend. Also in the Rockstar pool, Mississippi State, Kentucky. We've talked a little bit about that game. And Stanford is Notre Dame. Notre Dame minus 16.5. In the Lunsford pool, we got Clemson minus 3.5 in Florida State. Talked a lot about that one. Iowa State and Texas. Texas given 16.5. Quinn Ewers is back playing. Texas looks like a different team with Quinn Ewers.
They do. They look like an explosive team. I mean, you've got it really all 3 aspects. Bijan might be the best running back in college football. Ewers looks like the real deal. Xavier Worthy's a guy that can stretch the field. They're 4-0 against the number at home this season as well.
And I don't know if it's the Gary Patterson impact or what, but they're actually playing pretty good defense. We focus so much on Quinn Ewers. We saw that defense against Alabama, and they've been able to kind of maintain that a little bit.
North Carolina minus 7.5 also in the Lunsford pool as they play at Duke. Were you being sarcastic earlier when you thought this was a tough game for North Carolina?
I think this will be a tough game. Duke's playing pretty solid football. North Carolina's coming off a battle and holding on and beating Miami. I think Duke will hang with them.
More of the Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3, nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. Over in the Forrester pool, LSU and Florida. Florida minus 3.5. We touched on this a little bit. Billy Napier's team had such a big moment with the win over Utah. For some, still one of the better wins of the year in college football, but it has been very inconsistent since then. Who's the better quarterback in this game?
That's going to be the question. Who plays better? I feel like Jaden Daniels, the better quarterback is Anthony Richardson when he's playing at his best.
That's right.
But I think Daniels is more consistent.
I mean, but that Auburn game, he wasn't good. You know, I mean, and he finally played well against. He had a 300-yard pass game against Tennessee this past weekend in a loss, obviously.
Yeah, a lot of that was garbage time.
It was, and they got behind, so they had to throw a lot. I don't know the answer to your question, who's the better of the 2 quarterbacks. I think Florida wins this game, so I think Anthony Richardson will play better.
Yeah, I do too. I like Florida in that one. Washington State and Oregon State, one of those Pac-12 games we don't get to talk a ton about. You talked earlier in your headline about the Cougars beating the Beavers. Do you really believe the Washington State wins this game?
I mean, the number's down to 3.5. It seems like Oregon State's playing tight games each and every week. They were lucky to beat Stanford last week. Oregon State's not as good as I thought they were after watching them week 1 against Boise State. Washington State's just a team that kind of hangs around, and they're kind of up and down too. You know, winning at Wisconsin, they didn't score for the final 42 minutes against USC.
Yeah, Stanford is just awful. Them only beating Stanford by that 1 point. I didn't get to watch that game because it was Pac-12 Network. But no, wait a minute. That was the late night game, wasn't it? Yeah, FS1, whatever. I chose not to watch that one because Stanford is that bad. But them only beating Stanford by 1 worries me for Oregon State.
And Memphis and East Carolina also in the Forrester pool there. So you can go play any of those pools, try to go 3-0 and qualify for our grand prize competition at the end of the year. More balls in the bucket, better chance you have at winning right there. NextRoundLive.com, NextRoundLive.com. Top of the third right now, Yankees leading the Guardians 2-0. Yankees lead that series 1-0 as they play in the American League. When we come back, we give you our picks for the weekend before everyone starts heading out of town to Oxford and to Knoxville. This is the Next Round being brought to you in part by our friends at Simpio.
Yeah, one of the first calls we made, if not the first call here at the Next Round, was to Blake and the guys at Simpio because they're going to handle all the BS in every single office. When your business joins Simpio, they take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to health care and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467 or online, Simpio.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Buffalo Wild Wings bringing us the final picks today. You can play at nextroundlive.com. We've got our plays ready to go. First, I don't know if we got an updated standings or not from Taylor. We don't. She's out of town today. We'll update the standings next week, but Brown's way ahead.
Yeah, but I had an 0-3 last week, I think.
Yeah, I think I was 2-1.
I was 2-1.
2-1, so we closed the gap a little bit. Buffalo Wild Wings brings us the show, though.
Yeah, Buffalo Wild Wings, 12 great locations throughout Birmingham now, including new locations in Chelsea and Oxford. 20 years in the market, serving up the absolute best sports atmosphere and wings around. The place to be for football Saturdays and Sundays. Buffalo Wild Wings. Takeout also available through that Buffalo Wild Wings app.
I've got 3 road teams this week in my pick 3. All mine are on the road. And so I'm getting points in all of these. In fact, a couple of them I wish I'd have used my upset alert back on Tuesday. But as you know, things look different on Friday than they do on Tuesday. I'm going to go with Memphis. I think this football team is starting to find its personality again. So I like Memphis plus the 5.5 as they play at East Carolina. I love Oklahoma State plus 4.5 at TCU against Sonny Dykes folks down in Fort Worth. And then I like Nebraska plus the 13.5 on the road at Purdue. Not to win the game outright, but that's a big number for a Nebraska team that seems to have found a little want to with the interim coach there. So give me Memphis, Oklahoma State, Nebraska plus the point. LT?
I'm going to take Alabama minus 7.5 is how we've got it listed. It's going
script, hey.
I'm going to take Donovan McNabb's alma mater.
That would be Syracuse.
Against NC State minus 3.5. And then I'm going to take Give Me 2 Utah against my Trojans minus 3.5.
All right.
I like Brett Bielema in Illinois plus the 6.5, a home dog plus 6.5 there. I like Oklahoma. I think Dylan Gabriel's going to start this game. I don't know that it matters. In fact, they're a home favorite 8.5. And then I like Texas minus that 16 against Iowa State. It's been a disappointing Iowa State team. They struggle to score, and they're going to struggle to stop Texas from scoring. So I like the Horns minus 16.
16.5 is the way we'll play that. 16 and a hook there. And the Longhorns, I like them a lot too.
Is that better?
Yeah.
All right.
I like 2 of your 3. Illinois,
Thank you.
I did not. I like the other side of that one, but I would have played Oklahoma. I like Texas too. I'm on Tennessee inside the number, but only because you gave me 8.5. But that is ballooned up. That's sort of the developing news today. And LT has told us that to move a line 2 points on a Friday and it moved from a flat 7 to a 9, that's usually a good sign for Bryce Young.
Yeah.
That's what the boys of the desert think, right?
You like opposite of all mine because you like NC State and USC, right?
Who's NC State play?
He's done a lot of. He's done a lot
Syracuse.
of.
No, I like NC State in that, but I do like USC.
I've got Utah. Good. So you're going against me all three.
You like that usually, don't you?
Appreciate it.
Yeah. All right. Safe travels to everybody. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy your football. Don't forget our shows, especially shows on the weekend, 9 a.m. locked in time, and then right after the Alabama-Tennessee game for our post-game show for all the latest news over the weekend. And then we'll see you back here on Monday at 9 a.m. Central Time for everybody up here with Double Down Media in the next round. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.